Greetings, Battle Brothers. It's me, Aurelia Tempris, defender of the Golden Throne and servant to the Emperor of Mankind. It's Gav Bob time. I've had lots of recommendations to watch this, and we're finally gonna do it. We're finally gonna watch it. So, I hope you're ready. I have already prepared, due to multiple recommendations, the tissues. Oh gosh, I keep smacking my mic. I have prepared the tissues in the event that I cry, which seems likely because more than one person has said something about that. What about a second box? This box is like almost full. There's like, how many are in here? 120 sheets, and I've probably used like 10 of them. So I'm hoping 110 is enough. I can hear the pain from the last Okran story in your voice already. You're gonna make me break too. No, I'm just tired. This is basically gonna be movie night. I'm so excited. Don't tell my boss, but I'm gonna listen while I work. Based. Don't worry, I won't tell him. I won't tell him because you know what? Serving the Imperium of Man is much more important. So don't worry, I won't tell. My lips are sealed. See, there we go. I don't know what happened, but I finally got the chat box to work. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, how it even broke. I think it just decided, let's focus on Space Marine and let's not look at the chat box. So today we're gonna chill. It's gonna be movie night. I looked at, it looks like it's just the thumbnail throughout the whole clip. So honestly, I'll probably just do the full screen and we're just gonna vibe and we're gonna chill. I am very excited for tomorrow. Those of you who don't know, I was gifted a Baneblade mini. Yeah, technically a mini, by an anonymous donor. Thank you, by the way. And tomorrow we are painting the Baneblade. I have been working on it all day because I am very excited to reveal to you to what the plan is. So I've been priming it, getting it all ready. I used my whole day to get this done, and I'm so excited. I can't wait. It's gonna be a nice long stream tomorrow. We'll do some Baneblade painting, and whenever I feel like I want to break, we're gonna play some more Space Marine 2. Maybe I'll just be too involved in the Baneblade. We'll see. Depends on where the vibes are at. The Baneblade! Yeah. Yep. I'm so excited. We're gonna cry tonight? Okay, that's fine. We can cry together. Will it be as bad as Hell's Reach? Because I was bawling on the screen. I was bawling. Is it that bad, chat? I must know. Is it that bad? It is much worse than Hell's Reach. Oh no. Oh no, this is not good. Bruh, did you find her, your beloved? Yeah, no, that makes me sad. Because, not to out myself as a parasocial person. You look at it in the sanguineous context, man, that really wrecked me. Or it's just like really sad losing people you love. Don't worry. It's gonna be good. I have my bacon ready. I have my guacamole ready. It's kind of guacamole. I have my 2 drinks, my water, and all the other stuff. So get your snacks. We're just gonna chill and vibe.
Preparing tissue protocol, awaiting salty tears.
Okay, thank you, Steve. You are a real one for that. That's fine. Yeah, we are. The calm before the storm. Oh gosh. How many episodes again? I think there's... Nope. There's like... Oh, I forgot to pull up the playlist. That's okay though. 5? 5 or 6, I think. So we'll see how many we get through. But you know, we're just chilling today. I think maybe less commentary from me, except like, you know, every once in a while I think, oh, I should turn off. I'm gonna turn off most of my alerts. Most of my alerts and my redeems are off because we're just gonna chill. Except for Steve. So Steve will be on. The Grand Kisman, thank you so much for becoming for staying a Legionnaire. And using your Prime subscription. Oh my gosh, I cannot talk. Yes, no spoilers. We don't need to pin that or anything. This is the first time we're watching it, so we don't need to pin it. Let me double check, make sure the alerts, my other alerts, are off. I didn't think to turn them off before this. I think most of them are on like a really low volume. I think most of them are quiet. I don't want it. I don't want to lose the vibes. I don't want to lose the vibes. One sec. I hope everyone's doing well today. How are we doing? Are we having a good time? Did we have a good week? It's Friday, thankfully. I am grateful for that. It's been a long week, but there we go. We're gonna go. Okay, I guess the only alerts we're gonna have are like my raid alerts. Raid alert is fine. Let's see. Getting over COVID, you can finally taste coffee. Oh man. We have a Steve, but no Dave. You always need a Dave. No, well, what would Dave be? What would Dave be? Do you have any suggestions on what Dave should be or what he could be? That's an important question. Okay, we're gonna turn that down too. Save. Just getting off work. My Friday is Sunday. Oh, well, hey, you're almost there. You're almost there. You're on you have Wednesday today. Dreadnought Dave. Dreadnought Dave and Baneblade Bill. Oh, it could be a cherub. Oh my gosh, I can't open this can. There we go. Dave is a cherub. I don't know, the cherubs are kind of unnerving. There's something about like a skull, and it's just like, oh, it's just a skull. It doesn't have any like weird flesh on it. Boyton, thank you so much for the super chat. I see it. The carnage. Oh gosh. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Oh, I'm so worried, but it'll be good. I'm making sure everything, I think all my alerts are turned off. Could probably even close mix it up. I don't think I need it today. No, I do need it. Never mind. I do. It's for Steve. I think I have everything off. Subscriptions. Okay, I think I have everything off. So we shouldn't have any noise except Steve. And I think he's set to go off every 25 minutes. Oh, except for raids. We count raids. Raids get noise. Because we love raids. Okay, are we ready? Cherubs are pretty much everywhere. The more esteemed servants of the Emperor's work. Well, you know what? I will be different. I'm not like the other girls. I like my servo skull. No, I can't. Okay, I really can't. I like my servo skull. That's how it is. He's great. He's great. Okay, now let me adjust the audio accordingly. My mouse. I finally have I got a wired mouse as a gift, and I'm having a hard time because I used to have a wireless one. So now I have to deal with the cord going over all my other items. I'm like, I fight it. You're not like all the other girls. She's an abhuman. Yeah, you're right. If you could see me, I'd be tossing my hair over my shoulder. I'm not like other girls. I have pointy ears and a really weird obsession with Warhammer and the Imperium. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. I guess I would be right at home with the Sisters of Battle. Maybe that's what I should have. That's what the group I should have joined. Oh well. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It probably would have kicked me out really fast. Poor Aurelia, she can't wear over-the-ear headphones without poking holes for her ears. It's fine. It's fine. It's more of a downside for all of you who have to like hear my music in enclosed spaces. All right, let's see. Let me check volume.
Gav Smith was part of the Imperial Guard.
Okay, how was that? Did that sound good? That sound good to everyone? The audio good doesn't need to be higher. I think it might need to be higher. Sounds fine. Good. I'm just trying to put tiny bit. Okay. All right, everyone. Kick back, relax. It's movie night. Maybe that's what I should just call it. Hang on. We're going to change the title to movie night. Just so people know what they're getting into. Movie night and lore. Yeah, I like that. I like that title better. Oh, why is Space Marine still up? We are not playing Space Marine. One sec. Where's movie night? Let's just... Oh. There we go. There we go. We've changed it. Classic. Where's... Maybe we can watch Despicable Me 40K. if you're going off the fact that the minions side with whoever's like the biggest baddie. Oh, okay. All right. Crazy weird question. Apparently I never saw the Minions movie. But there is the whole thing that the minions side with whoever is like the most evil or the biggest bad in like the world at a given time. Who would the minions side with? Chaos? And would they would they go towards any particular chaos god, or would they just split between all of them arguing about it? I'm sorry. That's dumb. It's so dumb. Oh, it's sorry. Abaddon, they'd follow Abaddon or the orcs. Oh, the orcs are good. Hi, Walpris. You enjoyed the Space Marine 2 stream? Oh, you're stuck here. Well, you're right, because you will be arrested and maybe executed. By order of the Inquisition, obviously, if you don't stay. Probably the Emperor. See, there's like so many like bad guys. Like I would like to know where they would go. I wonder if anyone's made art about that. Whoever has the bananas, well then that's the Emperor. The Emperor has the banana boys. Okay, so canon, the minions would side with the Emperor because he has the custodians who are his banana boys. Or would the minions be the custodians? That's even more lore breaking. That's even more the anti... Oh, that would be horrible. I'd hate that. Custodians are gene-modified minions. Oh, that's cursed. I don't like that, but it's funny. The most unserious or, like, chaotic beings. Servant to the Emperor. Oh. Probably Nurgle. Custodians are 10 minions in a set of armor. Oh, yeah. See, honestly, I think you could make an argument for them going anywhere in the 40K universe. It's a weird thing to think about, but you could really put them anywhere. You can make a good argument for most, I think. You can't side with Tyranids because the Tyranids would just eat them, even if they thought they were the worst. So, okay. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back 10 seconds. And we're gonna start now. No more. Yes, it's time to be sad. I'm here to cry. I have my box of tissues. I will have another box on standby. I'll have another box on standby. But we're gonna get started. Everyone, relax. And, yeah, let's start.
Gav Smith was part of the Imperial Guard. He was a guardsman, and this made Gav very happy. Gav
He's
liked
gonna
being
die.
a guardsman, because then he could do the will of the immortal God Emperor, and that was one of Gav's most favourite things to do in the whole world. Today it was Gav's turn to fetch the huge sack of potatoes from the food wagon, and to peel them. Gav liked to do this, because he also liked eating potato peel. The Commissar said Gav was a good Ogrin, because Gav did all the things that he was told to do. This made Gav very happy.
Oh.
The Commissar was not like other Commissars, because he did not shout and shoot people for being scared of things like small spaces and the dark. This was good, because Gav did not like small spaces, and Gav was scared of the dark, because that was when nightmares came to get you. The Commissar was Gav's friend. The Commissar was not an Ogrin like Gav, and was really smart, and could read and write, and Gav could not do that,
Oh.
because it was too hard.
That's so.
Not even the Sarge could read long words, but the Commissar said that that was okay, because Gav was better at killing orcs than he was. This made Gav very happy,
Oh my
because Gav
gosh.
liked to be useful.
They're already killing us.
Do you
in the
want to
first-
help peel the potatoes, Bob?
Bob was one of Gav's friends.
Oh my gosh, they're
They
already
had come
killing
from the
us.
same tribe on the planet Barakak. Gav missed his tribe. When the war against the orcs was over, he would be able to go back home. Or if more than 10 years was over. It had been nearly 2 years, and they had nearly won. The Commissar said this was because Gav and his friends were such good fighters, and they were making the Emperor happy by killing nasty orcs. The Commissar's name was Larrykin von Kelvestein, but he said that Gav and his friends could
Larry?
call him Auri if they wanted to,
Oh.
because they were all friends,
Yes, please.
said Bob. Bob liked eating potato peel too. For breakfast it was mashed potato and mushy peas. Gav did not like mushy peas. Peas should come in a pod, and they should not be mushy. Gav had used to grow peas for his tribe.
Oh wow.
Gav missed his tribe, but he also had such wonderful friends here as well. It was good to have friends, especially when you had to kill orcs. Gav killed orcs with a big las cannon. The Commissar said it was a gift from the Emperor, so Gav kept it clean and shiny, and made sure that he did not put it down somewhere and forget where. But sometimes he did.
Oh no.
But then the Commissar would come and tell him where he had lost it, and then he would tell Gav not to do it again. But Gav always did, even though he never meant to.
Oh my
This made
gosh.
Gav sorry. Bob killed orcs with a las cannon as well, but Bob did not lose his so much. Gav sometimes wished he was as good at not losing things as Bob was. The Commissar did not have a big shiny gun like Gav. All Auri had was a small long las rifle, but that was okay, because the Auri was very small. Commissar Auri was very clever, because he had been everywhere and done everything. Once, he had stood on a landmine, and one of his legs was made of metal,
Whoa.
and it went clonk when he kicked a stone. Gav was happy that his foot is not made of metal, because it sounds cold. Bob liked having potato peeling contests with Gav. Gav kept on losing, but Gav did not mind, because he was peeling potatoes for the Emperor.
Oh my gosh.
Gav loved fighting. He wished he was better at it. Whenever he sparred with Bob, he always ended up knocked out, but he didn't mind. He knew that Bob was helping him get better, and the better he got, the better Gav could serve the immortal Emperor. Gav hated the small tank he had to ride in. Every time he was called to serve the Emperor, he had to ride in that scary dark place. But it was all right, because Bob was there, and he'd
The
lead
small
all the other
spaces.
Ogrin in a rousing chorus of "The Emperor is the best."
Mm.
They only knew the chorus anyway, but it helped the dark, tight place seem less scary. The flashing lights always made Gav happy. That meant he was going to serve his emperor. That meant the door would open, and he'd be able to shoot his gun. Gav loved his gun. He loved it when he fired it, and the enemy died. He'd hold down the trigger and shout at the enemy, making them die in the name of his emperor, his best friend Bob, right beside him. He liked Bob. Bob was his best friend.
Oh.
Gav had fought all kinds of enemies of the emperor.
Oh no.
His favourite were the greenskins, because they seemed to like fighting as much as Gav did. He knew to go for the big ones, the one who was hitting all the others. It was a race to see who would kill the big one first. Bob usually won. If you killed the big one, the regular orcs would be easier to beat. The bugs scared Gav. They made him sick to his stomach, especially when he slammed the butt of his gun against their head, and they blew up all over him.
Ooh.
They smelled bad, and tasted bad. You couldn't cook bugs. Not even the...
Heretic burger. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. It's heretic burger. And welcome to those of you who have just joined me or saw me play Space Marine 2. We're just doing a chill movie night today. So welcome. Feel free to just relax. I'm gonna try to keep my commentary kind of lower today, or just like not pause it as often. Just chill and relax and enjoy this, and you're gonna watch me cry. That's pretty much that's it seems like that's a given. There are in the first 6 excuse me. Sorry. I can already the foreshadowing is thick. It's thicker than an ogren, so we're it's gotta be interesting.
The stumpies could make them taste good. The pants stealers were the worst. Gav always made sure his belt was extra tight when he fought pants stealers.
Gene
the
stealers.
humans who turned against the Emperor always made Gav extra angry. Why would they stop loving the Emperor? What did the Emperor do to them, except love them and protect them? Gav always loved killing bad humans. It made him feel good. Commissar Auri said that was good. Being angry against traitors was good. That made Gav happy. When Auri first told Gav that, he'd hugged Auri so hard, he'd had to stay in the Medicaid hotel for a week.
Oh!
The food was really good when Gav visited. Gav had only faced the metalheads once, but he knew that he never wanted to do it again. No matter how hard you hit them, they just get back up again. It wasn't fair. Every other enemy was kind enough to die when you showed them how bad they were. The metalheads were cheaters, coming back to life like that.
Anyone
Bob
who's
said
played
that
against
Auri
a
said that his
Necron.
Professor Kane at the big school was scared of the metalheads. Gav didn't believe him. Commissars aren't scared of anything. And Kane is some kind of super commissar. He must melt
Hang on. Sorry, I was snacking while he said that. That's so funny. One second. Commissars that's so funny. The commissars aren't afraid of anything. I was like, you have not met Caiaphas Kane. He said, oh, he's a super commissar. I'm sorry. That was like too perfect. That was too perfect. Now imagine Amberly Vale proofreading this. Yeah. Adrian, thank you so much for joining the Legion. I hope you're enjoying stream today. Just kind of chill and have a good vibe.
metalheads with his eyes or something. Gav hated the Eldar. They were like shiny bugs.
Oh.
You'd almost get your hands on them and they'd slip through your fingers. Their little arrows hurt too. Bob was better at fighting Eldar than Gav. He'd back them into a corner and crush their mushy bodies with his bare hands.
He's
They
not a
break
lot.
easy once you corner 'em.
Bob would say, shiny blood covering his uniform. That made Gav smile. He missed Bob.
Oh,
Bob always made him smile.
oh. No.
Gav was there the day that Auri died.
No.
One day, Gav and Bob and all their friends had gone for a walk. They were walking through a forest. Gav liked the forest because it smelled like home. Auri was walking at the back of them. He always did this to make sure none of them got lost. Gav once got lost. It had made him scared.
Oh my gosh.
Auri never
this
got
is-
lost. He was really smart like that.
That's so wholesome.
But then an orc, all dressed like a tree, shot him. Gav did not see it happen. He could not stop it. The sound of Auri dying had warned them all. They had killed the nasty orcs with the big guns the Emperor had given them,
No.
but Auri was dead. They took him back to the camp to see if the flesh fixer could fix him.
Oh,
He tried, but Auri had already gone to the Emperor.
no.
This made the whole tribe sad. Everyone in the tribe liked Auri. Auri was smart. They dug a hole for Auri to sleep in.
Oh.
Bob was the priest of the tribe, so Bob said the death words over the place where Auri slept.
Oh,
The whole tribe wept.
no.
They did not weep for Auri, because Auri was with the Emperor. They wept for themselves, because they had been left behind.
Oh.
Losing Auri was bad, but
No, I barely know this guy. Why am I tearing up? Oh. Mm. Oh. I'm fine. I'm fine.
losing Bob made Gav sadder than ever. Bob was the reason Gav hated demons as much as he did. He'd fought them before, and he'd found them to be so confusing. Some of them were easy, charging or shambling forward with big swords or small daggers. They broke easy. The skinny ones were like Eldar, but they made Gav feel weird. Looking at them was like looking at a girl ogrin after Gav had learned what they were for. But they broke.
Oh gosh. Okay. That's the last thing I expected. That's the last thing I expected to hear. Okay, time to keep going.
broke easier than the red skin or rotting demons, once you could stop them from dancing. The last demons were the kind that took Bob. He hated them most of all. He hated their laughing at him. They'd surprised them after Bob and Gav had been leading their new commissar. Gav could never remember his name, into a church to the Emperor. Gav had a headache the whole time. They'd made the place bad. They'd broken statues of the Emperor and carved a weird flame all over the church. That's when the demons had attacked. They'd burned the commissar before any of Gav's groups could react. They looked like water that had grown faces. Looking at those faces made Gav's nose bleed. Gav would never forget those faces. Bob rushed into the thick of things, like he always did. Bob was always that way, charging forward for the Emperor, killing his enemies. Bob was good at that. He was a good friend.
Oh.
The water demons were fast, really fast. They jumped back
Has to be Zeech
and
or
burned
something.
Bob to a crisp. But Bob didn't die like the commissar. Gav sometimes felt bad that he couldn't remember the commissar's name. He hoped someone remembered the commissar's name. Bob caught one of the water demons with his hands and ripped it apart. It was pink before, and it had been happy, laughing. Now the two pieces were blue, and they weren't happy anymore.
Oh.
They attacked Bob and bit at him,
pink and blue
The other
horrors.
tribe had started killing the other water demons, but they were too late. Bob's last words always made Gav sad.
I'm going to miss the potato skins.
Gav beat the blue water demons until he was slamming his hands into the floor of the church. He kept it up until he realized his hands were bleeding. He kept doing it until he realized he was crying. He kept crying until the general had found them. Gav still misses Bob. Bob was a good friend. Gav had never wanted to kill one of his friends. The general was a friend, but he wanted to kill the general once. He wanted to kill the general when he said that Bob needed to be burned.
Oh.
The tribe had their ways. Bob needed to be honored and buried,
Oh,
like all good
no.
friends. But the general said that Bob's body was sick, that if they didn't burn it, those water demons could come back.
Oh.
They burned Bob's body right there in that church. But not before Gav got his tribe together and gave him a short, proper funeral.
Oh.
Gav was Bob's best friend. His other tribesmen let him give the last words.
Bob was a good friend. He liked to fight. He liked potato skins. He was a good soldier for the Emperor. Now he's with the Emperor.
Oh.
Then one of the general's friends burned Bob's body right there in the Emperor's church. Now whenever Gav peels potatoes, he thinks of Bob. It doesn't hurt as bad anymore. Now he smiles and remembers how good a friend Bob was.
Oh, gosh.
Bob always made Gav smile. Even when he was dead, he could make Gav smile. Gav couldn't eat another potato skin. It didn't taste good anymore. Gav remembered the day he found the bad man who brought the water demons to the world. He would never forget that day. It was a week after Bob had been burned at the church. Bob was a good friend. The bad man had made an entire planet stop loving the Emperor. He was one of the space
Get
marines
that
that had
guy.
stopped loving the Emperor. He was blue and gold and made Gav's head hurt when he spoke.
Nerd. Freaking
Gav
nerd.
hated him more than anything he'd felt about before. Except how much he liked Bob. The bad man had taken over one of the big churches on the planet. He was killing people to make more water demons. Gav wanted to stop him. He wanted to make the bad man pay for killing Bob. Bob had been such a good friend. Gav would make the bad man pay.
Yeah, you get him, buddy.
A lot of Gav's human friends died to get to the bad man. The bad man had brought his friends with him. His friends killed a lot of Gav's friends. That only made Gav hate the bad man more. His fellow guardsmen slowly made it closer to the big church. Gav wasn't scared of his small tank anymore. He was angry.
Oh,
He would
yeah.
make the bad man pay.
Yeah, you get him.
Foolish dullard. You hardly deserve to be considered sentient.
Bruh.
The bad man used big words. His voice made Gav's head hurt. His eyes bled. But he continued to try to run towards the bad man. Gav's tank had been blown up, and a lot of his friends were dead.
Oh.
They'd been good friends, but not as good as Bob. Bob was Gav's best friend. Gav would make the bad man pay. The bad man was as big as Gav. He was standing on top of a big set of stairs, right at the entrance to the church. He made Gav's human friends die with lightning, and he laughed. Gav hated it when the bad man laughed. He wanted to make the bad man shut up forever. The bad man struck Gav with the lightning. It hurt. It hurt real bad. Gav almost stopped running up the stairs, but then he remembered Bob. Bob wouldn't stop running. Bob would keep going.
Oh my gosh.
Gav
no.
wanted to be like Bob. Gav wanted to make the bad man pay.
Yeah.
Gav would always remember the day he walked with little godlings. The bad men in the blue and gold armor were hard to kill, and they used heresy and magic. That made Gav hate them. Gav heard whispering in his head. They whispered how he could have everything he ever wanted.
bruh.
But they had nothing he wanted.
He wanted Bob.
They had taken a friend from him. Gav roared at them, and the bad men had died when he shot them. They could not whisper to him. His mind was too full of the Emperor's love, but they were too hard to kill, and they kept coming back. But the Emperor had sent his children to help him. The Emperor had a lot of children, and they were all very strong. All of the Emperor's children were little godlings. Gav and the tribe fought with them. They were very hairy, and had teeth that were just like Gav's teeth.
Wolfen?
They had armor just like the bad men, but it was grey and blue.
Yeah, Wolfen.
Gav wished he could wear armor like that. When the war was over, the godlings in the grey armor gave gifts to the tribe. They said the Emperor loved them very much.
Oh.
Then they sang songs for the dead.
Evolution has left you behind, scum. It's a pity you're too unintelligent to understand just how foolish you are.
The bad man wouldn't stop talking. Gav swung his big fists at him, but the bad man was fast. Faster than Gav thought he should be. Gav was getting tired, trying to hit him. The bad man hit him with his big staff. Gav went flying into a statue of the Emperor, shattering it. He felt bad.
Oh.
He wanted to apologize to the Emperor for breaking his statue,
No.
but he couldn't catch his breath.
Oh my gosh, that's so sweet.
His entire body hurt. He'd never hurt so bad in his life. The bad man was kneeling beside him. He grabbed Gav's neck and squeezed.
I pity you, poor creature. For this, you shall get the kindness of a quick death.
Gav lifted himself up suddenly and headbutted the bad man.
Yeah, get him! Get him!
Killed Bob!
He shouted. He grabbed the bad man by the throat and lifted him up, driving his fist
Get
into
him,
the bad
get him.
man's stomach.
You killed Bob!
The bad man shot lightning at him, but Gav hardly felt it. He was angry. Bob was a good friend, and the bad man's demons had killed him. Gav would make the bad man pay.
Yeah.
The bad man kicked and punched at Gav, but Gav wouldn't let go. His arms hurt from holding the bad man up.
You killed Bob!
He tossed the bad man onto his stomach and jumped on top of him, grabbing his strange helmet and slamming his head down into the concrete. Again, and again, and again.
Don't
You
mess with
killed
ogres.
Bob!
Slam,
You killed Bob!
slam,
You killed Bob!
slam. Gav was crying now. Bob had been a good friend.
You killed Bob!
Slam. The bad man wasn't moving now.
You killed Bob!
Slam. The bad man's helmet was leaking this strange powder.
You killed Bob!
Slam.
Oh,
Slam.
no.
Slam. Slam. He was still slamming the empty armor into the ground when the Emperor's grey children came. His skin was burned and blackened. His eyes were bleeding as he cried, and every bone in his hands were broken. But he'd made the bad man pay.
Oh, that was very good.
In sniff initiating comfort protocols. Maximum levels.
Oh, that is so sad. Dude, the sad part was like 2/3 of the way in. I mean, I'm sad now, but less. Hang on, let me blow my nose really fast. It doesn't matter if we want to be sad tonight. We are going to be sad. We are gonna be sad because we have more of this. Because we have part 2, part 3. I think there's 5 parts. Aurelia, when are you gonna write your own fan story? I have, like lore. I have general, like, I could storyboard it pretty easily. Like general points, but a lot of things I don't put in specifics in case it coincides with like Warhammer, like legit lore. And you're like, well, why weren't you on Ball? I'm like, well, maybe I was. Maybe they just didn't write about it. Like, just little things. I keep it mostly vague, but as to why I am here, I could storyboard it. I want to do a lore video, but I'm not exactly sure how I want to do it just yet, so. Okay, Vox in the Void. Make sure you follow them. This is really, really good. This is very good. We're gonna watch the next part. Yeah. I think the volume, in theory, should be the same.
Let me see if I have this straight, the Commissar said, pulling his oculars off and rubbing the bridge of his nose. You want to buy an Emperor's Day present from one of the local vendors? Gav nodded enthusiastically.
That is so wholesome.
He liked this new Commissar. This Commissar was old and wise. Gav never learned his name. He couldn't remember much, and what he could remember about Commissars was all about Auri.
Oh.
10 years. It had been 10 years.
No one can ever replace Auri. No one could ever replace that man. Lorgar did nothing wrong. Thank you for the super chat, but you are incorrect. You're very incorrect. Incorrect.
Since Auri and Bob had died.
10 years.
If Gav had been a normal human, he would have been thrown by how quickly such a time had passed. As an Ogrin, he simply accepted it with the same simple, childlike worldview with which he accepted everything. This wouldn't be a present for that sororitas I see you hanging around with every now and again, would it?
Oh. Oh, so he's into a girl? Maybe. Oh. That is the cutest thing ever. I love it. That's so, he's like, I know you got that lady friend. Oh, I'm ready.
Sergeant Gav?
Ooh,
The Commissar
Sergeant.
smirked a bit, his voice barely containing the amusement he felt. Gav shuffled his big booted feet.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
He nervously gripped the edge of the Commissar.
She's dead, by the way. She's very much dead. She is no longer going to be with us. Prepare yourself by the end of this video. She will no longer exist. No more breathing. Oh my gosh, that's adorable.
Commissar's large desk, crimping the smooth metal. The Commissar didn't yell at him. He was a nice Commissar.
Yeah.
Not Auri, but nice.
Oh, okay, good.
The Commissar sighed and leaned forward. You know, I could have you punished for asking something like this.
What?
I could construe it as insubordination. I could be angry, Gav. The Commissar always had to make things simpler for Gav. Auri never had to do that. He had always talked simple. The Commissar hadn't been angry, and had even decided to accompany Gav on his trip to the town.
Oh my gosh. What a homie, what a wingman. He's like, let me help you pick out a good present for a girl. Let me help you out. I wonder if he's gonna get her like a little necklace or a bracelet. Oh my gosh. This is adorable.
It was a great day, and Gav was happy. The planet they were on was near a lot of other planets taken by the Chaos Men. Gav was happy to have another chance to hurt the Chaos Men.
Yeah.
They were the men who killed Bob. He'd killed that blue and gold godling, but he knew that there were more. Thanks to the metal parts in his head, he knew what that meant now. The planet was a great place. It was a place people went to have a good time. The town was all lit up for Emperor's Day, and the lights made Gav happy. He and the Commissar walked along the main street, weapons held at ease before them. The Commissar had told Gav that there might be Chaos Men on this planet, so they had to be prepared. Gav didn't mind. He liked his big gun. Having it around reminded him of the big guns Bob used to use. And besides, If there were Chaos Men around, Gav wanted to hurt them good before they could hurt him.
Yeah.
Would you get that filthy thing out of my shop? He's frightening away all the business and breaking everything.
Excuse you. He might be breaking everything. That might be a legit problem. that might be a legitimate problem that he's breaking stuff, but like, come on. Excuse me.
The shop owner was mean. Gav didn't want to break things, but the shop was just so tiny. Every time he moved, his elbow or the tip of his gun would touch something and send it clattering to the ground.
No.
The shop was full of statues. Little ones, big ones, some even bigger.
Why did the commissar take him there? Like, there's places you could start off. That's not one you start off in. We're doing a bull in the china shop. Why would he do that? I mean, as long as the commissar is going to pay for everything, I guess it's fine.
Bigger than Gav. Statues of the Emperor, of the Emperor's godlings, of his fellow guardsmen.
Ooh, can I get
one? There
one?
were even a few statues.
Can I get one of Sanguinia? I want one.
Of Ogrin. Gav turned when he heard the shop owner begin to yell again. The commissar was standing by the shop owner's counter, leaning against it. He smiled and nodded as the man continued to berate his big friend, before reaching down and unholstering his las pistol. He set the gun on the counter with a small clatter, never saying a word. Gav was glad the shop owner stopped talking. He was mean.
What a homie.
It took Gav only a few minutes to find the right one. The simple-minded abhuman didn't know why, but the small statuette seemed much more beautiful than the rest.
How much for this one?
He gingerly picked up the tiny statue, turning and knocking over 3 more on his way to the counter. The shop owner harumphed and looked down at the little statue.
20 thrones.
You'll take 5. The commissar set the large, gleaming gold coins on the counter and picked up his las pistol. Come now, Sergeant Gav. We have to wrap that thing before you give it to her.
Oh my gosh,
now
I love
see
it. That's
here,
so
you.
So based. What a homie. The best commissar. Unnamed commissar. Just amazing.
The shop owner began, blanching when he found himself staring down the barrel of that standard issue Cadian pattern las pistol. My friend Gav is very set on giving this to a special someone. Think of this as an Emperor's Day sale. The commissar smiled and holstered his pistol. Gav liked the commissar. He was a nice man. Not like Auri, but nice.
Oh, that guy is so cool.
They were barely out of the shop when the explosion started.
We can't have any nice things. We can't have any nice things, chat. There's no happiness. There's no happiness allowed. We cannot be happy, not even for 1 second. Not even for 1 second. The Descent of an Angel is an S-tier video by Vox and Void. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you for the super chat, Ryan. Probably was only worth 5 anyway. No doubt his prices were obscene markups. Yeah, he's probably also trying to make up for the statues that got knocked over. Oh. No happy. And it's gonna break. The statue's gonna break because battle. But hopefully he can still give it to her and be like, here you go. I wanted to give this to you, but it broke. And she's probably still gonna love it if she's even still alive.
Gav turned his large, bold head towards the center of town, his one fleshy eye going wide. A large corona was spreading up and up into the sky, turning the post-dusk sky into early dawn. He winced and held up a large, meaty hand as the flash became blinding, sending everything into stark relief. The commissar was yelling into nothing, a hand on his ear. Gav looked down at the little statue. before opening one of the pouches on his belt and slipping it inside.
Oh.
He patted the leather pouch before readying his gun. "Follow me, Gav! We'll meet up with your fellow tribesmen. 2 kilometers to the east."
Oh, that's cool.
Gav
okay,
nodded.
That's so cool of him that he doesn't say, like, they refer to him as tribesmen. I'm not super familiar with Ogrins and how they are set up in squads or like what they're called, but it's really cool that the commissars chill like that, just be like tribesmen, not just like, you know, he's respectful. He's respectful.
Acting as if he understood what the commissar was saying, before taking off after the man, big booted feet stomping on the rockcrete below him. The lights of the city flickered and then went dark, making what was once a joyous city dark and scary to Gav. But he was with the commissar, so that was all right. The commissar would know what to do. Gav was panting by the time they ran up to the frantic guard column heading into the center of the city. Groups of PDF, hastily drawn conscripts and grizzled veterans ran about the towering Ogrin in a frenzy. Orders were barked, weapons were ready, and oaths were reaffirmed. Somewhere, in the distance, another explosion ripped through the town. Gav found his tribesmen milling about near the entrance to a chimera. Celt, a small man even by human standards, stood at the top of the mud-caked ramp with a bucket full of potatoes, calling to the shuffling Ogrin. "Come on! We got a ton more in here! Get in!" Gav came up behind his
Bribery.
3, 4, 5 tribesmates and prodded one in the back.
"You heard, Celt! Get in! We got Chaos Men to smash!
You know.
First one to smash a Chaos Man gets a lot of potatoes!"
His tribesmen grinned
Man,
and
I'd take
and
that.
hollered, clambering up on ramp and unknowingly dragging a rather unwilling Celt into the chimera with them. Gav didn't fear the dark, enclosed space like he used to.
Oh, he's
Maybe
matured.
it was the metal bits in his head. Gav thought it might be because he knew he was going to be killing Chaos Men today. His anger was bigger than his fear today.
Yeah.
The noise outside was getting louder and louder. Gav could make out men yelling, las guns firing, and some sort of singing. Well, it didn't really sound like singing, but it was the only word the hulking Ogrin could give to the strange, trilling sound that grew inside the cab. Suddenly, the chimera lurched around, pulling a quick 180-degree turn.
Very strong
It kicked
chimera.
up a billowing cloud of dust and debris as its
Holding a lot
tracks
of
worked
Ogrin.
to keep the squat metal box turning. The lights began to flash as his squad readied their guns.
"For the Emperor! Charge! Smash the little ones!"
Booted feet stomped down the hatch, followed swiftly by the more light tone of Celt's boots. Gav swiftly assessed the situation. The Chaos Men were over there, right in front of him. He pointed at them and yelled,
"There they are! Smash 'em!
Yeah.
Smash 'em for Bob!"
None of his tribesmen now remembered Bob.
Oh, no.
They were all replacements for other losses they'd had in the 10 years since Bob's death.
He's like the only
Gav still
one.
used that line every time they charged.
Oh,
It felt right.
It is right. You are 100%
The Chaos
correct.
Men were hiding behind broken cars and overturned boxes. They dressed funny, in a bunch of flashy colours and dresses.
Oh,
As he came
Slaneshi?
closer to the line of Chaos Men, he realised that the singing was coming from them.
Yeah.
They were laughing and giggling even as they were shot down,
Ew.
writhing in their own pools of blood as if they were
Ew.
having fun.
Ew.
Gav
makes
hit
me
the line
think
of Chaos Men like an oncoming train, barreling through them and sending the bad men flying.
The
He'd
traitor's hand,
forgotten to
Kaiser's
even
king.
fire his gun. He realised as he splattered a woman's head with the butt of that gigantic weapon.
Ugh.
Oh well. Maybe he'd get to fire it next time.
No, I'm pretty sure it's like Slanesh because Traitor's Hand, which is the third Caiaphas Cain book, has cultists that are basically just like this. They're dressed in very bizarre colors and that they laugh and they cackle and they giggle as they die as if they're in ecstasy. Oh, okay. Check my posture. It's all good. I'm actually leaning back in my chair, so it's kind of nice. Yeah, so it's Slaneshi, I'm pretty confident.
The melee continued unabated, the bad Chaos men rushing at Gav and his tribesmen, eager to get blown to bits by close-quarter blasts, or smashed apart by the slab-like muscles of the Ogrin. Gav was slick with blood and other bodily fluids, his gun empty
Ew.
from how many of the bad men he'd shot.
Other bodily fluids, when you're talking about Slaneshi cultists, is, that is worrisome. Blood, whatever. Other ones? Yeah.
He killed with enjoyment, knowing that he was doing the work of the Emperor as he clubbed a young boy to death.
Ooh.
Or was it a girl? It was hard to tell with normal humans, much less these Chaos men. Gav grunted as he
that's
felt bullets slap
interesting.
into his back muscle, digging in slightly before that tightly corded musculature and hard bone stopped it from hitting anything vital. He turned and found himself staring down a great hulking Chaos man wielding a heavy stubber.
Yeah.
The
Get
man was almost completely naked, and Gav found himself laughing as he saw the man had a great big breast on the right side of his chest.
Experience the kiss of death, blunted thing.
The bad Chaos man spat, pulling down on the trigger.
Yeah, he's about to experience some blunt force trauma.
He fired 3 shots, 2 missed, and 1 ricocheted off Gav's thick forehead before he screamed out in surprised ecstasy. From shoulder to hip bone, a great chainsword cut through the Chaos man, sending a great spray of arterial blood in
Yeah.
almost every direction.
Commissar?
The 2 halves separated and flopped to the ground, leaving Gav smiling as he straightened up. Standing there, heaving her monstrous chainsword onto her shoulder, was Tala, her blood-stained parchment
friend.
clothing wafting in the breeze. Hello, Gav.
Oh, she's got such an angelic voice. I mean, I know it's a guy doing it, but I can tell what he's getting at. Oh.
Doing the Emperor proud, I see. She smiled. Gav
I could just
smiled
tell
too.
she's really pretty.
It was going to be a good day.
I could just tell.
Fighting alongside Tala was a lesson in humility for Gav. She almost scared him. In the name of the Holy Father!
That's a lot.
She'd yell as she and her squad of similarly clothed sisters charged through torrents of lasfire, Gav and his tribesmen following in their wake. Watching her sisters torn apart by heavy bolter fire, or instantly incinerated by las cannons didn't seem to matter to Tala. If anything, she just ran harder, holding that large chainsword over her head and whooping like...
I guess that really works well. The Ogren are just going in and they just like want to kill everything, and then the sisters are like, yo, even if my sisters die, they're martyrs for the cause, and it's amazing.
She was a demon herself. The Chaos Men were fighting to protect some sort of ritual in the center of town. Gav had heard some of the men yelling about it as they continued their frantic race towards the center of the city. Gav knew that whatever they were planning, it was definitely nothing good. 2 of his tribesmen had died, one with a hole punched through him by a las cannon, the other swallowed up by scores of gibbering, giggling Chaos Men.
Ew.
Tala's squad was doing even worse. Half of her original 20 members cut down before they'd reached the edge of ground zero.
Holy cow.
Gav had never seen such destruction before. It seemed as if everything in the center of town had simply ceased to be, replaced with scorched and blackened earth. The Chaos Men formed a tight ring around the center, fighting like the madmen they were to keep the guard from derailing their plans. The fighting began to bog down when the guardsmen smashed against the ring of those Chaos Men. Gav could see men and women in the uniform of the local police among the Chaos Men, as well as the PDF. Gav didn't really know what that meant. He didn't think the Commissar would tell him even if he'd asked. A Lehman Russ tank barked its commanding voice not feet from Gav, deafening him momentarily as it spat death towards the men who'd stopped loving the Emperor. Gav raised his empty gun and yelled out as he saw a score of Chaos Men shredded by the gigantic impact, only to grimace as the gap was quickly plugged.
Ooh,
Gav!
yeah.
He turned his head towards that feminine voice, seeing Tala standing atop the ruined, smouldering chassis of a chimera. He waved. I see more of your tribesmen to the west.
Oh.
Let's join them for a final charge.
That is so cute.
By
oh, no.
the Emperor.
That's not good. If a sister battle ever says a final charge, it's that is not a very good sign. That's not good. Gav can't have any nice things. They said in the first episode that Bob, that Gav loses his gun all the time, and he like comments that he wish he wasn't as bad about losing things. And I think a common theme will be he will lose the people that he likes or like important to him. Like, I think that's the theme. It's like, oh gosh.
It is a good day to die.
Yep, there it is.
She raised her chainsword and ululated at the Chaos Men before hopping off the chassis and disappearing into the smog-choked night. Gav took off after her, wondering what she was so happy about.
Oh no.
Tala hadn't been joking when she said that she'd seen more of his tribesmen. If Gav could count that high, he'd have been able to count himself among 30 of his own tribe, as well as 10 Sisters Repentia and 20 Sororitas. This is where we shall make the breach! A tall, scar-ridden woman in a suit of golden armor yelled at the gathered flock, raising her crackling power sword high. Repentia! Ogrin! Lead the charge and force a gap! We shall follow you into the breach! Gav was one of only 2 boneheads left among the Ogrin Auxilia, so he and his counterpart, a happy-go-lucky sod named Jim, split the rest of his tribesmen into what amounted to 2 equal squads, give or take a couple confused in-betweeners.
Is that me in the story? No. I wouldn't be watching this if I didn't know. If I already knew what was gonna happen. I did think that. I was like, the gold armor. No, not me.
Tala and her fellow Repentia sent up a great cry. Gav and his fellow Ogrin raised their guns into the air and fired. Well, except Gav, though he yelled really loud.
Yeah.
Stomping towards the tightly packed line with Tala's screaming, whooping sisters in tow. The armored sisters hung back, moving forward slowly, a few shooting grenades over the gaggle of berserkers and into the line of Chaos Men. Gav and Tala ran side by side, the Ogrin's loping, flat-footed gait matching Tala's swift, agile grace. She revved her chainsword and whooped, grinning ferally, her aquamarine eyes burning with purpose.
She sounds terrifying.
The charge was only halfway through, when a great boom sounded throughout the battlefield. Another explosion sounded from the center of town, though there was no bright flash accompanying. Then the entire Chaos line fell down dead. Grins of insane ecstasy locked on their rictus frozen faces.
Oh, that's good.
The stink of burning flesh made Gav cough, slapping a paw-like hand over his nose.
Oh wait, no. It's good, but then it's bad, because their final charge won't be a final charge, but that means they've summoned something quite successfully, and someone is gonna die. Oh, this is bad.
The sisters had taken immediate action, burning the bodies of the fallen Chaos Men in the tense silence following their sudden deaths. Nobody ventured past the circle of dead heretics, guards and sororitas alike frozen in confusion.
Yeah, I wouldn't move that way either.
Only the woman in the golden armor seemed to know what was going on, barking at the general and his friends to make ready a defense and secure the perimeter. What that meant to Gav was walking back away from what had looked like a fun scrap, that gun held over his shoulder and a look of confusion and mild fear crossing his face. Take heart, Gav! The Ogrin turned and smiled as Tala appeared beside him, Chainsword held over her shoulder in a similar fashion.
The fight is not yet done. The enemy is up to something behind those flames. I can feel it.
She still had that scary
no.
smile upon her face,
Oh no.
despite bleeding from several places across her scarred form.
Give her it.
You alright, sister?
Please give it
Gav
to her now.
spoke, leaning against the same Chimera chassis she'd launched from minutes before. He pulled his water canteen from his belt and popped the top, swigging the warm liquid with great wet gulps before wiping his mouth with his arm.
Pain is weakness being purged from the body.
She spoke, before her features softened somewhat.
I'm fine, Gav.
She smiled,
Oh.
and took the water bottle when he offered it, finding the liquid remarkably refreshing. She'd hardly known she'd been thirsty until the water had hit her lips,
No.
and now she almost drained the large canteen. Licking her lips, she handed it back. A moment of silence passed between them. Abhuman and fallen battle sister standing across from each other. Tala's mind was reeling, thinking of the possibilities of what was going on behind that curtain of fire. Gav was trying to remember something. He had something to tell Tala.
The statue, please.
No, something to give her. What was it?
This is one fine Emperor's day.
Yeah, remember.
Tala commented, staring off into the roiling smoke rising from the burning cadavers.
No, it's not.
Gav responded, sarcasm failing to translate for him.
We got attacked, and
His fleshy eye widened for the second time that day, as he clumsily reached for that pouch.
Yes, please.
I got you something for Emperor's Day, sis.
Yay!
Gav had to clamp his hands over his ears, bending over double.
No! Dang it!
A shrill call struck across the battlefield, wavering and ululating in ways that made men soil their undershorts accidentally. Gav stumbled and almost knocked Tala down, the Repentia also covering her ears and hissing as blood seeped from her nose. They come! Contact! All over us! Emperor, help us! Gav looked up to see figures leaping over the bodies of the dead Chaos Men. Skinny demons. Hundreds of them.
Yeah.
Thousands of them.
I was thinking it opens up.
They danced and hopped towards the panicking guardsman line. Some rode two-legged things, with long noses and even longer tongues. Others rode chariots or even flew with wings of their own. Gav furrowed his brow and hefted his gun, suddenly remembering that he had an extra clip of ammo clamped around his arse. Grabbing it and slamming it into place.
Okay.
He turned to Tala.
It's a good day to die, right?
Oh no.
He fired off a round towards one of those skinny demons.
Don't say that.
The spreading cone of shrapnel shredding the leering, lecherous thing. It vaporized, as if it had never existed. A whispered sigh following in its wake.
In the name of the Father, die! Die! Die!
Never heard the Emperor refer to
Tala
as
swung
that.
her chainsword at one of the skinny demons who just twirled out of range, giggling and smiling. The demon clicked its massive claws and danced forward, meaning to take Tala's head off. The Repentia was fast, raising the whirring teeth of her weapon to take off the hissing creature's claw with one deft stroke.
Yeah, get him. Get him, girl.
Gav held one of the creatures by its neck, grinning as it clawed fruitlessly at his slab-muscled arm. Raising his arm up, he slapped.
No, so I was gonna make that point. Yes, I have heard of Daughters of the Emperor, but like referring to the Emperor as father seems just weird. I've never heard that before. Specifically that. Just like God Emperor, but not like no, it just feels weird.
Slammed the thin, delicate thing against the ground again and again and again, until slick, blue-black ichor covered the front of his uniform,
It's not a Warhammer
hissing
story if you don't
and
hear
steaming
ichor.
the cool of the night air.
It's a good day.
He mused, as he backhanded a mounted trilling demon, sending the silly thing flying over the burnt-out Chimera chassis. He didn't notice the several cuts across his body that the skinny demons had been making.
He did start to feel a mite dizzy,
Oh no.
though it certainly wasn't from blood loss. His skin felt a bit too hot. And for some reason, the colours in the world seemed too
Right.
hot.
Oh.
He winced as he felt a claw dig deep into his back, turning round to get at the demon but grabbing onto thin air as it danced away,
is
giggling
Tarla
at
gonna
him.
Save him?
He hated that laughter. It reminded him of...
Smash him!
He reached down and grabbed a big chunk of rockcrete that had once been part of a building. Hefting it above his head, he hurled it into a mob of the demons, crushing a good 5 or 6 of the tittering, hateful things.
For Bob!
He added, as he picked up another slab and hurled it,
Get him!
getting
Get
only
him.
one as the dexterous mob flitted away.
Settle down, blunted one.
Gav reeled as that voice hit him, stumbling back to see something taller than him moving out from the smoke.
Get ready.
It was
Get
thin
it.
and lithe, taller than the two-legged machine some of his guardsmen friends drove.
Oh.
2 pairs of thin arms moved with unnatural grace around a chest festooned with swollen, pierced udders. Its androgynous, horned face grinned down at the two beings, long tongue sliding out to taste the air.
Step back, handmaidens.
The tall thing lifted a finely crafted broadsword as big as Gav, twirling it around with practiced ease as the smaller
Ew.
demons flitted away to seek new
Hate
victims.
Slaanesh.
I wish to see how hard this thing will fight in the name of Bob.
Oh.
He shan't be fighting alone, foul thing!
Yeah.
Tarla
yeah.
fell in beside
Tarla,
Gav,
do it.
revving her gigantic chainsword. She was bleeding even worse than before,
Oh.
her parchment sprinkling little droplets of her precious life fluid across the blasted hellscape with every lazy wave in the soft breeze. The laughter of the Keeper of Secrets made Gav wince and Tarla growl.
How cute!
Gav was amazed at how fast such a big thing could be. He'd seen the Emperor's godlings move fast, and had thought he'd seen the fastest things in them. But this gigantic creature put them all to shame. Claws and sword came down towards Gav and Tarla. Had it been a one-on-one fight, Gav would have been shredded within seconds. But having to split its attentions between 2 foes meant that
that's
Gav
good.
only had to block half a flurry of strikes, most of which glanced off his strong skeleton when they pierced his flesh. He began to grow confident, raising up his gun to blast away at the tall, spiteful creature, whooping and hollering as he went. He wouldn't have noticed his arm missing had it not been for his gun. It had stopped firing, so he looked down to find that the entirety of his
way.
arm from below the shoulder had been ripped off. Neat, as if it had been sheared off with a cutting laser.
Oh.
Gav fell onto his arse and looked down at his bleeding stump of
What?
an arm.
No way.
As an ogrin, his physiology was markedly different from humans. Harsher gravity on his homeworld meant that his veins were more contracted than normal, meaning he could suffer loss of a limb without the immediate threat of bleeding out.
Oh, that's really cool.
Shock, however, was still a threat. In that state, Gav forgot the melee and began to search for his missing arm.
Enough!
The Keeper of Secrets threw aside the Repentia's feeble efforts, the blood loss finally slowing Tarla's reflexes. With one great cry, she threw herself at that thing which had dared to hurt Gav, tears rolling down her face.
No.
Gav, who had been nothing but kind to her. The cursed thing's tail whipped about,
No.
disarming Tarla before impaling the Repentia upon its barbed tip with ease, the Keeper's grin growing all the wider.
Oh.
It could taste the woman's despair as she realized her death was imminent, tossing her aside to turn on the ogrin.
Your little friend is dead, blunted one. Well, close enough.
I want him to pick up find his arm and start beating it to death with his own arm, or grab the gun.
It went to one knee, leaning down to put its face level with the ogrin's. Ugly, vile thing. Killing it would be a kindness.
I'll take my time with you.
Oh,
You deserve a modicum of experience.
cute.
Such a blunted thing is bound to have had so little.
That jaw hung open in a feral grin,
Ugh.
tongue sliding out. Ogrins rarely move quickly or have good ideas. If they have one, they usually don't have it while having another. Sometimes, though, in the great galaxy, an Ogrin might have a moment of clarity. Grabbing one of his grenades from his belt, he popped the simple trigger mechanism off and shoved the weapon into the gloating thing's hateful, toothy mouth.
Yes!
The Keeper of Secrets, Akvathlasta, had only seconds left in the Empyrean to realize its error in judgment before its head exploded in a shower of gore.
Yes! Yeah! Yes! Yes! 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. He rolled a nat 20. Yes, I agree. 100%. Yes. What a good moment. I want to see this animated so badly. I need to see it. Mini Death Knight, thank you for the bits. How is my day? It's going well. Yes, you can have the button. And does Twitch do that? It says Twitch. I don't know how Twitch does that, but I don't know. That's interesting. Huh. Oh, thank you for the bits. And thank you, Red Tail Wolf for the bits as well. Yes, I'm so happy. Got him. Yes. That was amazing. I love that. I love that. But she is definitely dead. As predicted. Easily. 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 He's gonna give her that little statue and it's gonna be sad. It's gonna be sad.
Gav. Where was that voice coming from?
No.
Gav stood above the broken and twitching body of the Keeper of Secrets, his arm momentarily forgotten as he heard the feeble voice calling to him.
No, please.
Tala!
Please.
He remembered. A vague image of that horrible thing impaling the Repentia on its tail flashed through the Ogrin's head. He looked down at the hissing, dissembling corpse, fighting back the urge to punch it. Gav!
No.
Gav's booted feet grew louder in Tala's hearing. Her sight was all but gone,
No.
the blood loss and trauma rendering her blind. She felt big, sweaty hands taking hold of her body, lifting her into a sitting position and almost crushing her into a sweating, stinking chest. She closed her eyes and lay her head on that chest.
Tala! Tala!
No.
Don't go to sleep!
No.
Don't sleep, Tala!
He shook her until her eyes popped open again, tears rolling freely down his cheeks. It's over, Gav. I gave my life for the Father. Now I can die in peace. Tala smiled and reached up, finding Gav's bumpy, stubble-covered face and caressing gently.
No!
He shook his head.
Not now! I haven't even given you your present yet!
No.
He reached down into that pouch and pulled that statuette out, taking one of her hands and slipping the angelic figurine into it. Tala grinned. Gav, it's beautiful.
Oh.
She wouldn't tell the Ogrin she couldn't see it. It would be too cruel.
No.
Thank you, sister!
Gav's voice had taken on a grave tone. Tala noticed it, and her face became set. She could hear them encircling the two, giggling, trilling. Gav was staring down a slowly tightening circle of demonettes. They watched and waited, drinking in the last dying feelings of the sister Repentia. Despair was a foreign feeling to an Ogrin. They usually died too quick to feel anything except quiet disappointment that they could no longer serve the Emperor. As the circle began to close, Gav began to feel the tendrils of despair choking his heart. Everyone he loved died.
Yeah.
Auri first, then Bob,
He loses a lot.
and now Tala. One of the few humans who'd ever treated him really good. Not just decent, but really good. With nothing left to do, the Ogren bowed his head in prayer.
Emperor, if you can hear me, I don't care if I live. I done good.
Oh.
But Tala, forgive her for whatever she done.
Oh.
The words came slow, blood loss and his own ignorance fighting against the feelings that wanted to be voiced.
Save her. In the Emperor's name.
Oh my gosh.
The demonette cackled and moved in closer. Gav curled himself around Tala's motionless corpse, unwilling to stop protecting her, even in the face of death. A bright, white beam of light pierced the space between Gav and Tala. The demonettes hissed and hopped back, their flesh burning and popping and peeling. Gav was launched back by a shockwave that was heard across the battlefield, banging against that burnt-out Chimera chassis and sliding down onto his arse. "Follow me, my sisters! The grenade has disorientated them!" Bolts ripped through the bodies of the shrieking demonettes, the buzzing of eviscerators cutting through the horrible creatures. Sororitors marched in calm lines, bolters held at their chests, firing on full auto into the screaming melee. Repentia and Demonette were taken down with impunity, the area scoured of demonic taint within short order. Gav saw none of this, of course. The blast from the blessed grenade had knocked him against the burnt-out Chimera chassis, the blunt trauma, combined with blood loss finally knocking him unconscious.
No.
Tala had received minimal damage from the grenade, thanks in part to Gav's protective nature. His body had shielded her from the worst of the holy blast,
Oh, good.
though what little she did receive only exacerbated her condition. Gav awoke in a Medicaid facility days later. He would need extensive grafts, a bionic arm, and perhaps even debriefing by the Inquisition about what he had been witness to. Gav didn't care about any of that. His first question, when he could croak it out, was,
Is Tala okay?
Oh.
It was the only way to be sure, Gav. She'd already been tainted once. Prolonged exposure.
Oh. I'm freaking. I was sad and now I'm mad. Oh. Oh. No. She was a Repentia, which means she went into battle and she didn't wear her armor, so she did something wrong, or you can volunteer to do that sort of thing. Don't know why you would. So, like, okay. So she was fighting very, very well, considering. I'm sorry. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. So just because she was around she got stabbed in the way that she did by that Slanesh demon with the barb on its tail. I'm assuming they were like, well, she was already like dubious to begin with, so now she is highly dubious, for those of you who know the joke. So they said it's better safe than sorry. We're just gonna cut our losses. Oh my gosh. Red Tail Wolf, thank you for the bits. This goes towards the tissue fund. Any donations today go towards my tissue fund. Cause I'm gonna run out. I'll have none of this nonsense. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Because it seemed like she could have made it. It's possible she could have just made it.
Exposure to the Slaneshi demons might have.
The sororitas didn't get the rest of it out.
Because he beat the crap out of her? Please tell me he at least slammed her into the floor. You can't see my hands, but I'm shaking them violently.
Flew at her, crumpling into the wall right where her head had been. Despair had once again taken hold of Gav's heart. They said it was standard procedure for one twice cursed as Tala.
Aww.
She would have turned back eventually. At least this way she would be useful, they said. Gav's anger was tempered only by his inability to move. They doped him up something fierce. A compromise between the general and the canoness.
Yeah, you'd have to.
The canoness would rather not told the abhuman. Simply let him assume that Tala died.
Yeah, who told
The general said that the least Gav deserved was the truth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Normally I'd be like, why would you tell him? But it's also like, yeah. He does deserve to know the truth. Because that was his friend. Okay. I can live with that. I'm not happy, though. I'm not happy about it.
So they doped him so he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. They hoped. Gav was crying again.
Oh.
His one arm flailing as the emotions fought to come forth. He'd hardly understood a thing the sororitas had said, but the gist of it was clear. Tala was alive.
Wait.
But he felt a gentle hand press against his shoulder.
Wait.
He calmed down.
Hold on. Wait. So she's like a servitor? Oh. I guess that makes sense. She said this is the only way she could be useful. I thought she did. Oh gosh, that's. I hope he never runs into it more than. Oh, is he gonna give her the statue? Oh no. Oh no.
Down almost immediately, looking up into the one aquamarine eye Tala had left.
Oh.
She'd been mind scrubbed and turned into a servitor.
Oh.
It was said that small parts of her still remained in her living brain.
It would have been better if she
But
died.
to Gav, this was somehow worse than just letting her die.
Yeah.
The entire left half of her face had been replaced with metal bits.
Oh.
A mesh grill in place of where her mouth had been. That one aquamarine eye stared down at him in bovine complacency. That single good, human, fleshy hand gently stroking at Gav's shoulder.
Oh.
The rest of her body had been left to rot, replaced with a humanoid chassis built to be the greeter of some hospice somewhere, eternally signing people in and making recorded, polite conversation.
Oh.
Gav let that one human hand continue to stroke his shoulder. Maybe it was just the metal brain working, trying to calm him down.
Maybe it was
Gav
her.
liked to think some part of Tala was still in there. Tala had been a great friend, just like Bob.
Well, I would like to raise complaint. Vox of the Void, this is too good. This is too good. I cannot. You cannot keep doing this. It's emotional damage. I'm dying, man. I'm dying. You can't do this to me. I should have brought ice cream to eat, to have with this movie night. Oh, this is not a popcorn movie night. This is ice cream and chocolate and, like, all the sweet stuff. Oh, emotional damage first time. No, definitely not. Definitely not. But this is a very, very good story. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay, I'm gonna drink water. Because there's so much water coming out of my face. I will look at the final lamentation. We are just gonna watch Gav and Bob tonight. If you should join the Discord server. and throw your suggestions there. I do look through them for stream ideas. So if you go there, leave the link to the video, and I will look at it whenever we do another like a story time or a movie night. We'll do that. I mix up a bunch of them. Don't hurt yourself on the elementary stories. There's like 3. Yeah, so it looks like we should do that another night then. Oh my goodness. We're okay. At least it's... No, I've cried more than I did in Hell's Reach, but Hell's Reach I was like sobbing. It was not pretty. It was ugly tears. Thank goodness I don't have any toggles to show that I'm crying. I mean, obviously you could tell because I'm talking. It was ugly crying on this side. Oh, I will survive, maybe. Okay. There's more. Yeah, there's apparently... There's a third Gav and Bob, but I thought there was like another one. I think there's like 4 or 5. They get longer. This one's not much longer. Let me see. It's good stuff, guys. You just make me very upset. 1 second. I was not ready for the stream. I guess I wasn't either. I knew I was gonna cry, but man, yeah. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna cry a lot. Yeah, go get some sleep. If you cry during the stream, this is the perfect time to go to sleep, because you'll be tired from crying. Get some sleep. I think I'm gonna sleep well after this stream.
Inquisitor Traela envied the Adeptus Sororitas. Fighting for the Emperor was simple for them. You found the heretic, and then you purged it with fire. Simple, inelegant, and effective.
Yeah.
If any of those battle-hardened sisters realized how much paperwork went into the effectiveness of a planet-wide purging...
She's just salty because she doesn't have an easy job. That she doesn't just get to kill. She's like, oh, I'm just jealous that because I have to do all this paperwork. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
They might renounce their vows and take up work as a joy girl for the sake of simplicity.
Bruh.
Traela was bent over her large wooden desk, electro-quill scratching vigorously upon a scrolling bit of parchment in tune with her words. She held a large sheaf of case files before her, going through each one and handing out sentences as she deemed fit. Every guardsman, PDF, RBTs, and civilian who'd come into contact with demonic forces during the purging of the Pleasure World Manic was subject to a rigorous interrogation by her staff. Some of them important enough to warrant a visit from her or one of the few other Inquisitors who'd been investigating this world before all warp blew up. The center of Victory City, an old name left over from the Crusades, when the reticent government of this world had been convinced to join with the Emperor's cause, had ceased to be in a 5-mile diameter. For weeks afterwards, a stable warp rift had poured demons into the surrounding environment. The brunt of the guards stationed on this world, fortuitously.
Okay,
at
least they're consistent and they're letting Gav fight all the chaos that he wants. He likes to fight chaos, so I'm at least happy for him in that regard. I'm happy for him in that sense.
Waiting to be shipped to the front of the 14th Black Crusade, slowly ground the Slaneshi demons back. And now Traela was to make sure no corruption could spread into their ranks. Traela was an aging woman, teetering just a few years shy of her 80th year. Juvenate procedures had kept her features as crisp and beautiful as they'd been during her early 30s.
I was gonna say, she
had
good.
The high, aristocratic features of the kind of woman one would usually see fawning at the arm of some watery-eyed official in most every peaceful Imperium-held world in the galaxy.
She's not like other girls.
Traela sighed and closed her dark blue eyes, rubbing one of her hands over them. Fighting the peace was almost as bad as fighting the wars. Peace gave way to boredom, and then boredom gave way to the fracking nightmare that had descended on Manic. Bored officials joining bizarre sex groups, bored youths joining violent hive gangs, bored politicians joining secretive divination cults.
Yay! Let's just say 14th Black Crusade. Well, you know, you can kind of make your own lore. Like, you know, we don't know exactly what's happening. Stuff is happening. It's fine. Don't get bored, chat. Apply yourself to something. And I'm not saying you have to apply yourself like wholeheartedly to your job, but get a hobby or something. Don't join an extra club for activities. Activities in quotations there. Just have hobbies. Like paint your minis, do all that. That's fine. Just do that. Then you're gonna avoid the problem of being bored.
It all stank of the kind of stupid, banal evil that Traela had to deal with day in and day out.
We watch VTubers, it's probably worse than a cult. I never This should not be a cult. Oh my gosh. Warhammer is not a hobby. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry.
She took a sip of water from a bowl before going back to her work. Private Hulk Spetzer. Wounded in combat by the demon kind known as a demonette.
Ooh.
Interviewed. Shows signs of restlessness, increased libido, and a need to touch things. She didn't even need to think.
Touch.
Speaking into her electroquill's grill as she passed judgment on Private Spetzer. Sentence: brain scrubbing followed by initiation as a battle servitor. She tossed the bit of parchment on her out pile, which teetered almost as high as her in pile. She continued through the lower ranks, passing out sentences as she went. Hard labor was the kindest she could be, and in some cases she would give the kindness of a swift death to the horribly mangled.
Eesh.
She straightened up with
do not
surprise as she
envy that
came to a
job.
bit of parchment which bore the seal of the captain of the local guard himself. Traela had learned in her years as an inquisitor that she got more with a kind word and a gun than with just a kind word or a gun.
That's that was a quote from one of the Caiaphas Cain books. I forget who said it because it was attributed to some other commissar. It's I don't know if it was Cain, but at the beginning of each chapter, it has like a little quote, and I can't remember who said it. Could have been Cain. Is she a Cain? I'm sorry. We pine here in this channel. We pine for people. It was his teacher. I'm wondering. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back because I can't remember what book it is.
So she'd allowed the captain, Emperor damned if she could remember his name, to flag any cases he deemed unique or requiring further investigation. This was the first time she'd seen that privilege enacted.
Oh, what a homie.
She read the name aloud. Sergeant Gav Smith.
Oh,
Ogrin Bonehead of the 25th Karanak Ogrin Auxilia. She meant to read the rest aloud as well, but found herself leaning back and continuing on in silence. Well, she now knew the captain was no fool. She'd expected him to either let her run rampant through his entire army or mark every man alive in the hopes of saving them. This was indeed a special case, if the write-up was to be believed. An Ogrin
single-handedly defeating a member of the Thousand Suns Traitor Legion,
Yeah.
and then defeating a Slaneshi greater demon with nothing but the help of a sister's Repentia. Traela brushed some of her silver-white
the
hair from her
special
face,
boy.
standing up and leaning over her large desk. Warp, damn it. Where was that thing? Papers fluttered to the floor as she sought out her communication hub, a bit of technology she'd been able to acquire thanks to one of her group's excellent scrounging skills. With it, she could tap into pretty much any sort of
named
communication
character buff.
available,
Yeah.
either to call her personal assistant or the captain himself. Merc, I'm going to need to speak to a few people. One through astro-telepathic means, and the other locally. Her aide responded groggily, though promptly. Well, help.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't stop looking at the teeth. It hurts me. Ah. This bottom teeth just, yeah. Ooh, it hurts my mouth just looking at him. I'm sorry. I can't stop. I can't stop looking at him. I'll get a sticky note or something. I just look at it and I'm like, ew. Oh, I can't. What? something British. Let me make that clear. I just repeated what someone said. I did not come up with that line myself. Oh.
Hell to him for sleeping. They could sleep when they were dead. You'll need to use my full weight as an Inquisitor to reach the first one. I don't expect an answer for some time. It will be a member of the Space Wolves Adeptus Astartes chapter, a novitiate named Grenlis. I'll also need to speak to the captain of the local guard unit as soon as possible. She let the line die without listening for her aide's approval. Looking down at the sheaf, she mused for a while. Ogrin Gav Smith, besting 2 demonically fueled entities and living to tell about it.
He's amazing.
Quite a valuable commodity, if the stories were to be believed. Gathering the required information was the hard part, especially with astro-telepathy gone to hell as of late. With nothing more to do about Gav Smith of the 25th Karanak Auxilia, she set it down as the lone sheaf in her pending pile, before sitting back down and returning to her work. You know, you could have just called me yourself, Inquisitor. I know you can. Captain Stoltz stood before her, his armor still broken and unpolished from the weeks of hard fighting he had endured. Like most from his planet, he was wide and muscled, with a shock of black hair over a surly and scar-ridden face. It was no wonder to Traela his regiment got on so well with Ogrin. They seemed to be not too far separated, evolutionarily speaking.
Okay, you jerk.
Force of habit, I'm afraid, she chuckled and motioned to a gigantic pile of papers. Giving it to my aide allows me to get this mess sorted out. Playing the stupid detective was a trademark of hers. You could grill a man when you needed to, but most of the time it wasn't required if you acted disarmingly ineffective at your position. At any rate, she said as she stood, picking up Gav Smith's sheaf before her, let's get to the point. This Gav Smith fellow, I'm quite surprised that the only person I find in this entire pile with your personal seal to be an Ogrin. Captain Stock remained visibly unaffected by Traela's doddering demeanor.
He's the best boy.
He simply inclined his head in recognition. Gav is a valuable asset to our regiment. He fights well. He can train his tribesmen better than any other bonehead.
Yeah.
And his faith? Stoltz smiled, something that looked remarkably feral on his scar-ridden face. Well, it simply must be seen to be believed, Madam Inquisitor.
Yeah, what a good boy.
That'll be the day, Traela thought. She'd ridden across the galaxy in her own personal ship, from planet to planet, and had seen every manner of so-called faithful servants of the Imperium turn on the Emperor. Ogrin were brutal and stupid,
Don't
and their
sleep on
faith
Gav.
was the same way, so far as Traela was concerned. Well, that remains to be seen, Captain, she replied neutrally. Let's continue. The report reads that this Ogrin defeated a greater demon of Slanesh alongside a sister Repentia, name of Tala. She let that hang for a moment before continuing. I don't suppose you witnessed this personally. Captain Stolt bristled somewhat, but held it in check. Traela hid her own smile of amusement with the practiced ease that came with years of dissembling. You know that I didn't. I was on the opposite side of the Chaos line, as my reports have stated. So, she continued, was there a dead body when you arrived on the scene? Stolt looked like he could have hit Traela if he could. Again, you know there wasn't, Madam Inquisitor. Demonic corpses vanish after they are killed.
Bro.
Everyone above the rank of sergeant knows that. She nodded. All you have are the reports from some of the Adeptus Sororitas that there was a fading corpse of some stature when they arrived. And of course, Gav's spare testimony. She stopped herself from saying unintelligent, not wanting to upset Stolt to the point of being uncooperative.
Wow.
Madam Inquisitor, Gav wouldn't lie about something like that. Hell, I'm not even sure he knows how to lie.
Yeah.
The exasperation showed on the captain's face, a tiredness born of too many days without sleep and endless meetings of this sort. If that Ogrin was a politician, he'd be the first honest one in the history of the Imperium sides the Emperor. Traela could sense that this meeting was edging towards a shouting match, so she diffused the situation with a smile and a wave of her hand. I don't doubt the honesty of Gav. I'm sure he reported what he saw. But when dealing with the demonic, what you see and what you remember isn't always what truly happened. Encounters with the ruinous powers tend to warp the thoughts and memories of those in close contact with them. And Gav has already faced chaotic powers once before this. She held the sheaf of paper up. Unless my reports are misleading. Captain Stolt relaxed visibly and nodded. Gav's a good soldier, and one of the smartest Ogrin I've had under my command.
And he would not say that about himself. He wouldn't. You ask him, he would just be happy that someone else knows what they're doing. He wouldn't call himself smart. Oh.
It would deal a real blow to our regiment if he were retired. Stolt danced around the issue, as any normal man under stress would have. Traela thanked him for his presence and allowed him to leave. Pushing Stolt like that had yielded the result she'd been looking for. Gav had the confidence of his superior officers. Stolt hadn't been acting simply out of pity. What to do with this bit of information? That was the question. A week after her meeting with the captain, during a quiet moment following a rather good dinner provided pro bono by one of the local cafes, Traela received an urgent call from her aide. Space Wolf Grenlis had received her astro-telepathic relay and was standing by to directly liaise with the Inquisitor. Her dinner ended immediately, and she moved to her desk. Though she had ostensible power over anyone in the Imperium, keeping a member of the Adeptus Astartes waiting wouldn't do well for her. She thumbed the activation rune on her communication hub, and the three-dimensional pict feed whined as it began to power up. The lens atop the boxy arrangement flared to life and projected a fuzzy hollow image no taller than her shin. She slammed her fist into the comm hub, bringing the image into greater focus. The Marine was imposing, even though he'd been shrunk smaller than herself. He stood before her in full armor, a great pelt of wolf hide draped over his gigantic pauldrons. His face was youthful and unblemished, a great shaggy beard framing a pair of feral eyes. The hollow image's colors were washed out, but she could make out the bright yellow on one of his pauldrons, framing the famous crest of the Space Wolves chapter.
Oh, okay. I was like, why is she talking to the Space Wolves? She's talking to him because he was the one. They were there, when he killed the 1,000 Suns. That's what it was. I was like, my brain just stopped working. Okay, that's why.
Inquisitor Traela.
Grenlis offered an incline of his head, but no more.
I heard that Ogrin Gav is in some trouble. How can I help?
Grenlis had retold of the pacification of the holy world Kaelis with the simple, straightforward honesty his chapter was renowned for. They'd landed where the fighting was the thickest, and had battled their way towards the corrupted chapel where they'd found their job already done.
The Ogrin's unit had apparently smashed through a section of the city likely defended by the sorcerer's minions. He'd sent most of them to fight us, giving Gav and his tribesmen an easier time of it. When we got there, as you've probably read, we found him sitting on top of the dead sorcerer, bawling like a newborn. Only thing we could get out of him was, he killed Bob, over and over again.
Aww.
So you believed him when he said that he'd killed the sorcerer? Traela found herself pulled into the story despite herself. She leaned over her desk, arms crossed and supporting herself below her chest, staring at this tiny simulacrum of a man who'd tower over her in real life. Grenlis nodded.
He was badly burned over most of his body, and when we tried to pick him up, we found that most of his fingers were broken, probably from the job he did to the sorcerer's face.
Grenlis grinned, showing off a mouth of unnaturally sharp teeth.
He'd smashed that bastard's face in, until there was nothing but dust left.
Well,
So
I mean, when he does die, he does turn to dust. So I mean, not saying that he didn't do a very good job at getting him, but it's not quite like that.
digest for a moment. The captain she took with a grain of salt. He was only human, of course. But an Astartes was something else altogether. The only chapter more trustworthy about matters chaotic than the wolves were the Grey Knights. Thank you for your time, Grenlis. You've been most helpful.
Grey Knights that witness stuff.
Grenlis nodded before making the sign of the Aquila. His image vanished from before Traela, leaving her with only her thoughts. The last step in every special investigation was an interview with the subject. Gav had been discharged from the Medicaid facility and was currently residing in a makeshift barracks that had been formed from one of the largest hotels on the planet. Seeing her interviewees on their own ground helped to relax them. Calling them into some antiseptic room with a single light fixture tended to result in too many nervous breakdowns. Getting in had been easy. She'd hardly noticed the servitor who'd greeted her at the door, noting that it looked marvelously new.
Oh no.
Probably one of the most recent ones she'd signed over into mindless servitude.
No.
Oh well. Green-eyed thing probably deserved what was given to her.
Green.
Removing herself from the elevator shaft, she watched as the activity of the hallways parted in her wake. Half-dressed guardsmen quickly hurried back into their rooms and closed the doors, some of them dragging giggling joy girls along in their wake. Traela would have to talk to the captain about such things. It wouldn't do to take chances on a world that had fallen to Slanesh. Finding room 594, she raised a hand and knocked briskly, taking a moment to straighten out her attire. She'd chosen a simple, calf-length black overcoat over a skin-tight pair of pants and a blood-red shirt, a heavy, inquisitorial symbol hanging from her neck,
sounds cool.
nestled in her cleavage.
I'd wear that.
She'd kept herself in good condition, and it helped when she went undercover. Besides, she knew for a fact that life was damn short, so she might as well flaunt it while she had it. The floor quaked with what sounded like the approach of a titan before she heard a fumbling at the latch. The door opened, and Traela found herself staring up at Gav Smith, bonehead of the 25th Karanak Ogrin Auxilia. The Ogrin's one good eye regarded her with a mixture of mild confusion and innocent interest.
Help you?
He asked in a deep baritone voice, a bit of spittle nestling on her cheek. She wiped it away without thinking. Sergeant Gav, my name is Traela. I'd like to speak with you about a few things. May I come in?
Yeah?
He nodded once, before opening the door and trying to move out of her way.
Mind the mess, miss.
Oh
Mess
my.
was a bit over.
The manners. He said mind the what the. Wow.
Board. A few odd cloths hung on a line hastily hammered in to hang across the room, a gigantic cot taking up fully half of the otherwise pristine room. Gav went and sat on the edge of that cot, looking at Traela with that same mixture of confusion and innocent interest.
This be about Tala, innit?
He spoke.
They been asking me after her for weeks.
Well, he was far and away more intelligent than his kinsman, even those with the bonehead operation. A point in his favor. But this scrumball match wasn't over quite yet. Traela had found her conversation with Gav to be enlightening and, in places, wholly surprising.
Wholesome too, I bet.
It was true what Stolt had said about Gav's faith. It was childlike and innocent, strong in its simplicity. Even when he was speaking of the horrible death of his friend Bob, or the worse fate of Tala, Traela felt no pang of regret about her thoughts earlier, unable to connect Tala to the green-eyed servitor she'd met at the entrance. The Ogrin always noted that it must have been in the Emperor's plans for them to die.
Oh. What a sweet, innocent boy. Oh, man. Oh. It's too pure. It's too pure.
Lived if the Emperor wanted him to. But I guess he wanted to talk to him himself.
He nodded with conviction before reaching up to rub the stump where his left arm had been. Gav, what about the demons you fight? How do you feel about them? The Ogrin balled his one good hand into a fist and grunted thickly.
I hates them demon things. They killed Bob, and they turned Tala into...
Gav couldn't find the words to describe it. What had happened to Tala had come as close as anything would to shaking his faith in the Emperor. He hadn't been out of his room for weeks, for fear of running into her and breaking down all over again.
Oh my gosh.
When you fall...
He's having self-control too. Insane amounts of self-control. That he's like even thinking about that.
The keeper of the four-armed demon. What was going through your mind, Gav? What can you remember? Traela leaned forward somewhat, looking up intently at that simple creature. Gav leaned back in his cot, his face screwing up with effort.
I remember I felt hot, like I was burning up. The colours of the world were brighter, but I was angry too.
He nodded with certainty.
That thing made fun of Bob. I wanted to peel its head.
Traela jumped as Gav brought his titanic fist down onto his knees.
Peel it like a potato, like me and Bob used to do.
Yeah.
Traela laughed. Good for you, Gav. That's the right way to feel about demons. Do you still feel hot sometimes? Do the colors around you still seem bright? Gav laughed and shook his head.
No, though I sometimes get hot when they turn up the heat at night.
Traela nodded and stood. Thank you, Gav. I think that will be all. She made the sign of the Aquila. Gav tried to return the gesture,
but he only has one hand.
but remembered that he didn't have that arm anymore. Traela often found that when something seemed to be simple on the face of it, oftentimes something would come along to send you all the way back to square one. As she exited the hotel and walked the short distance towards the building currently housing most of the top IG brass and herself, she felt her compad shaking at her belt. Pulling it free, she looked down to see the aging face of her counterpart from the Ordo Malleus, one Stran Threnus.
I hear you've been visiting abhumans today. Wouldn't be that Gav Smith, would it?
Stran's voice
Let me
was
tell you,
congenial on the face of
he's my favorite guy ever. Don't wipe his mind, okay, please.
it, but Traela could sense that he was here to complicate her life. Just left, in fact. On my way back to HQ. She offered no more than that, hoping her attitude would tell Strand to piss off where she couldn't. Though they held the same rank and held no authority
That's
over
not
one
good.
another, Traela knew to tread lightly where her fellow Inquisitors were concerned. And what is your conclusion about the blunt? Strand wouldn't be deterred from being a nosy bastard, of course, so Traela resigned herself to whatever the man had in mind that would make her day harder. He's untainted so far as I can tell. His captain vouches for him, and I've got corroborating evidence from Adeptus Sororitas and a member of the Space Wolves.
That's a
I was
lot of.
considering sending him back to his unit.
That's a lot of good evidence.
Yes. Shame. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this. Strand didn't look as if
I'm
this
gonna
bothered him in
hurt
the
you,
least.
man. I'm gonna hurt you.
I received a transmission from a member of our chamber militant. I'm sure you've heard of them. Strand continued, heedless of any response Traela had been mustering. I've informed them of the Ogren Gav Smith's encounters with the ruinous powers. It is in their educated opinion that he is too great a risk to be allowed to rejoin his unit. The taints of two great powers are likely within his veins. I just spoke to him and he seemed... Strand held up a hand to forestall her.
What a
I have no
butt.
authority over you,
What a butt.
but the Grey Knights are another matter entirely. I wish you no ill will, Traela. For the good of yourself, do not put that Ogren back in his or any other guard unit. Turn him into a servitor. Set him free on the planet, I don't care. But disobey a command from the Grey Knights at your peril. The line went dead. Had it not been for the expense of that compad, Traela would have smashed it against the cobblestone street. It wasn't like she cared for the Ogren. Traela
But she feels a way for him. Can't help it. He's so wholesome. Like, just the little conversation and the little things. It's like, how do you like? It's like set him free. Yeah. What if you just let him go home?
Traela hated being used, and hated it especially when that usury came from people who were supposed to be on her side. Traela was in a foul mood as she sat behind her desk, that sheaf of paper held out before her. A simple signing of the bottom line could end Gav's life by a bit of poison. Another signature could turn him into a powerful battle servitor,
No.
and
you can't
another
do that.
could discharge him from the guard with full benefits, leaving him on this planet as they went off to face Abaddon thrice damned. None of the options on that sheaf of paper seemed to fit. Killing or mind-scrubbing Gav was a waste of good talent. Any Ogren that could face a Chaos Sorcerer and a greater demon, even with help, was a greater asset than any battle servitor.
Gav
Discharging
protection
him seemed
protocol
like the best
activated.
option of the three, but even that one set her teeth on edge. For one, the feeling of usury rankled every time she looked at that little signature line. For two, Gav seemed so damned eager to get back on the front line. She'd seen many normal humans after a great loss like Gav's Tala. Most of them were listless in their devotions, a deep feeling of abandonment settling over them. A few outright renounced the Emperor. Gav seemed impervious to such things, eagerly looking forward to the day when he could serve the Emperor again. Keeping Gav useful, but maintaining her own autonomy became top priority to Traela. She would not be dictated to, but she wasn't.
What if she? I wonder if she could make him part of, like, I don't know. If she could make him part of, like, her inquisitorial, like, retinue or something like that. Like, something where he could still fight, but maybe it's not in a guard unit, but, like, he works for her, something like that. I wonder if she could do something like that. She probably can. I don't know all the options she could do, but she should do something, like, to that extent.
About to piss in the face of the Grey Knights by going against their will. The answer came to her as she poured her third glass of Amasec. It hit her like the force of a demon hammer, and with a grin she signed Gav's discharge papers.
Look, leaving.
Tears were welling in the Ogren's big brown eye as he stared down at the stamped bit of paper. The guard had been his life, He'd fought beside Auri and Bob, then beside Tala. He'd seen so many other friends fight and die for the Emperor. This was his life. And now Traela was sitting behind her desk and telling him that he wasn't going to be a guardsman anymore. Traela held up a hand and patted the Ogren's larger mitt. You've served the Emperor well, Gav. But your 10 years were up a long time ago.
Oh.
She didn't want the giant Ogren bowling in the middle of her office.
But I don't want to leave. What am I going to do for the Emperor now?
Gav felt scared. Really scared, for the first time in his life. This was a mistake. It had to be a mistake. The general wouldn't let this happen.
Did I do something wrong?
No.
Tears flowed freely now.
No.
Because if I did something wrong, I could just go to a church and ask for forgiveness and...
Gav. Traela's voice was calm and reassuring. She stood up and smiled her most ingratiating smile. Just because you're leaving the guard doesn't mean you've stopped being useful to the Emperor. Gav could only stare at her in worried confusion.
Please do it.
Traela pressed on. I do a lot of good work for the Emperor all around the galaxy. My work is small, but it's very important. Sometimes it's very dangerous, and I need someone to protect me.
Yes! Yes!
She picked up another bit of
I
paper
called it.
and held it out to Gav. You can serve the Emperor again. By signing this bit of paper, you will be the personal bodyguard to an Imperial Inquisitor.
Yo.
She waited for a moment, then added, You'll be my personal bodyguard, Gav. You'll protect me, so I can do the Emperor's work around the galaxy. Gav didn't know how to sign his name.
And he can feel smart too, because he commented at that Auri, he was super smart because he had been everywhere, and he knew everything. So he can now feel smart because he's gone everywhere.
So he just put a big shaky X where his name should go. Traela smiled and took the bit of paper back. Very good, Gav. She folded the slip of paper and tucked it into one of her drawers. Gav felt a weird tingling in his tummy. The world seemed to be rushing at him, making him dizzy.
Oh.
This was all happening too fast. And yet...
Oh no, I'm not saying he's not smart. I'm saying he doesn't think he's smart. He talks about other people, and he calls other people smart, but he never calls himself smart. Honestly, that should be a lesson for all of us. Just because you don't think you're smart because you think the other people around you are smarter. Let me start over. Just because you think the other people around you are smarter doesn't mean you aren't smart. Because you're all saying, yeah, well, he is smart. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. He is smart. So consider that for yourselves. You can fill in that adjective, smart, creative. You could throw anything in there. So, yeah, there you go. Little lesson there today.
Gav had heard Auri talking about Inquisitors a long time ago. He'd said that they were some of the biggest heroes in the Imperium. That they could make sure entire worlds kept loving the Emperor all by themselves. Traela seemed too small to be so important. But if Auri said it, then it must be true.
Yeah.
Traela buzzed her aide into the room, the small man nervously edging around the Ogren to stand before his boss. See to it that this Ogren gets the best prosthetic arm possible. I want it to be able to hold some kind of gun so he can use another weapon with his good hand.
Yeah.
She turned to Gav. We're going to be leaving in a few days, Gav.
Oh, not a lot of time.
If you have anything left to do on this world, I suggest you get it taken care of.
Oh, he has to say goodbye.
She nodded to her aide, who turned to the Ogren and began the slow process of ushering him out.
Tarla.
Gav could only think of one thing he had left to take care of on this planet. The sensors that kept what used to be Tala's brain alive sent an electrical current through her broken body, bidding her to rise her head from her current tasks.
Hello, Tala.
Gav stood before the servitor that held the flesh of Tala. She was currently using a cleaning attachment on one of her arms to make one of the hallways of her home a bit cleaner. What was left of her mind bristled at how dirty everything was.
Hello, sir.
Came her response, her voice choked and hazy through the grill set into a broken, infected jaw.
How might I help you tonight?
Gav felt himself on the verge of tears once again, but he held them back with a force of will. Tala wouldn't want to see him like this.
I'm gonna be leaving soon, Tala. They said I's no longer part of the guard.
The cogitator in Tala's head searched for the appropriate response. As she straightened and adopted the most congenial expression her cavalcade of augmetics allowed.
It was a pleasure to have you in our hotel, valued former member of the guard. Ave Imperator.
She bowed and straightened, looking up at Gav with that one still good aquamarine eye. Even now, the lack of proper moisture to her eye was giving it a milky film, blotting out what little intelligence had been left in that iris. Gav started, swallowing a sob that threatened.
I just wanted to say that you was important to me. You was one of my best friends, Tala.
Gav couldn't stand it anymore. He turned and blundered his way past a group of guardsmen who cursed and brayed at his passing. The servitor, who used to be Tala, went back to her work as if nothing were happening. Only a few moments later did she notice a leakage around her fleshy eye. Oi! Who's the new guy? Shiksa didn't mind that she'd just lost her arm wrestling contest with Grint, Traela's pet psyker. She liked to test herself against his warp-enhanced muscle.
Okay.
Right now, though, she was more concerned with the hulking behemoth that was ascending the loading platform into Inquisitor Traela's personal ship,
I don't think you'll beat
walking
him.
alongside the woman herself. Settle down, Shiksa, Traela responded. She was used to her demolitions expert's bravado. She was from Katachan, after all. Until Gav came along, Shiksa had been the biggest member of her crew, at a good 6'6", with the muscle to back it up. Next to the hulking form of Gav.
Oh my. That is, she is beefy. 6'6", and super muscled. Whew.
Shiksa looked like a little girl. This is Gav. She reached up and patted the Ogren's bionic arm. He's going to be my bodyguard during my undercover operations. He's got the bulk for it, true enough. The voice that rattling Schrob used would have done better on a man twice his size. He was
Ayo, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Settle down.
dressed in the comfortable clothing of his kind, his only military markings being the tattoos trailing up and down his strong little arms. The stumpy, bearded abhuman hopped down from one of the crates he sat upon, shouldering his favoured weapon, the sniper gun most of his kind was so natural with, and looking up at the towering Ogren with a grin. Big boy, ain't he? He has a good soul. Grint spoke, his voice hazy and far away.
He just, oh.
What little of his face wasn't hidden by a heavy cowl looked no more than 15. One of his withered hands coming to rest on Gav's chest. Better than most of the stunted ones you bring here, mistress. He smiled to Traela under his cowl.
Oh.
Gav took all of this in with the same confused, innocent look he always had. Traela had grown to like him in the few days she'd known him. With nothing better to do, the Ogren had come to visit her once in a while, and in that time she'd learned just how intelligent he could be. Shiksa smirked, crossing her arms under her chest. She wore a white armless top and a pair of camo pants, boots almost.
Is she wearing a dad beater? The wife beater. I said dad beater. I guess that. No, that's worse. I was thinking she wearing one of those wife beater shirts, since it doesn't have any of those sleeves.
Almost as big and grimy as Gav's covering her feet. She eyed Gav up and down, sizing him up. You speak, big guy?
Yes'm, I can speak.
Oh.
Gav raised his left hand in a salute, and Shiksa could only laugh. Wow! So polite! I think I like this Ogren.
Yeah, he's so polite.
She reached up and gave Gav's shoulder a hard smack. At least I'll have someone to arm wrestle who won't cheat. Grint only grinned under his cowl. Gav smiled. The The people Traela had around her seemed like nice people, especially Shiksa. That smack against his shoulder had been strong.
She's gonna die. If there are more episodes, she's dead. She's gone. Sorry, no friends for you.
It even stung a little bit. Gav liked strong people. After he'd been shown to his quarters and introduced to the few remaining members of Traela's crew, Gav sat in his own room and stared out of his viewing port. They were minutes away from embarking, leaving Manik behind forever. Ogren aren't, by nature, a reflective species. They live in the moment, and are much like orcs in that respect. Gav had lived to be an older age, comparatively. Most of his brethren died off before they saw their 20th year.
Oh.
Gav was nearing some part of his 30th.
Whoa.
He couldn't remember which, and was gaining what others could call wisdom. He sat there as they began to take off,
Wow.
his body ignoring the G-forces that were being exerted upon it, and looked back on all his hard years of service to the Guard. He smiled, remembering the day Bob had started a food fight in their mess hall. Auri had been so angry. Auri. He remembered how Auri had tried to help Gav read. It had never gone anywhere, but Gav loved him for trying to teach him.
Oh my gosh.
His face softened when he remembered Tala. He remembered that moment just before the skinny demons had attacked, when they had shared his canteen and hadn't said anything. He'd done good things for the Emperor, but bad things had happened to him.
Yeah.
He never made the connection most would. He never saw the Emperor abandoning him or questioned the Emperor's love for him. As Gav Smith sat there on his cot and watched the blueness of the sky fade into the darkness of space, he smiled. Wherever he went, whatever he did, he served the Emperor. And that was good.
Yes. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, what's the next one? This 4? Is this number 4? Wait, here, I'm just gonna pull up the playlist. Yeah, okay, that is the 4th one. Great, 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 great. Oh my gosh, they got 38 and then 47. Do we think we could do it? Do we think we could? Hey, I didn't cry during this one. Let me make that more. Hang on. There we go. That way it's less annoying to see on the screen. Hey, I didn't cry this time. This is good. This is very good. But you know, we can't have nice things here. So if something is about to happen. This one was to steady your emotions. I'm about to get wrecked, I'm sure. I am about to get wrecked.
Gav was sitting on a big tree stump, peeling a potato with his knife. It was hard sometimes to peel a potato when they were so small. It had been extra hard to do it when he'd first gotten his new arm. Gav was an old hand, though, and he skinned that spud without so much as nicking his fingers. He was holding up the skin, admiring the little ribbon, when something splintered through trees and hit the ground hard enough he could feel it in his feet. Gav turned his head, frowning as he watched birds fly away.
What was that?
Gav asked, the naked potato still balanced on his knee.
Beats the hell out of me,
Trob said. The rattling had been sitting on a couch in the dropship. Gav didn't much care for the ship. It was too small for him, but he supposed that because Trob was so small it felt extra big to him. Trob picked up his rifle as he stood, chambering around. Gav always thought it sounded like Trob's gun was clearing its throat when it made that sound.
All right, big guy. Let's go see what's what.
Gav's frown deepened. He liked Trob, but Trob liked trouble. Gav turned and looked at Grint. Grint was small, but taller than Trob, wrapped up in his robes and leaning on a stick. He had a blindfold on, but even though his eyes were all white, Gav knew that he could still see with his mind. Grint told Gav the Emperor had taught him how to do that. It had been a kind of trade. Gav was impressed by that. That was why whenever Traela wasn't around, he always looked to Grint to tell him what to do.
Oh, that's pretty
Go
cool.
see what that was, Gav, Grint said, standing. Make sure you have your microbead in, and tell me what's happening. With all that's going on, I want to conserve my strength in case it's needed.
To help the Templars?
Trob asked, giving Grint one of his mean smiles.
Or to make sure they don't put you on a stake?
You wouldn't let them, Grint said.
Of course no. But there is a mess of the bastards around here. And Spindra only got so many rounds in her.
Gav put the potato in his mouth and chewed. He frowned, sticking his hands into his pockets as he tried to find the black metal bead Traela had given him. He didn't like it much, and it made his head hurt when he left it in too long, but he didn't want to lose it. Your left chest pocket, Gav, Grint said.
They remember
He
for
wasn't
him.
mad, but Gav could tell he was using his serious voice now. Gav plucked out the bead and screwed it into his ear.
The serious
He pushed
voice.
down on it until it made the beeping sound.
Can you hear me?
Gav asked.
Course I can. You're right there.
Trob said. His smile wasn't quite so mean this time, and he slapped Gav on the leg just above the knee. It was as high as he could reach without jumping.
Come on now, double time it, heavy.
Gav ignored Trob's demands and picked up his own gun. It was big and heavy, but he could use it with just his new arm if he had to. It wasn't like his old las cannon. It was a ripper gun, and Gav always liked to fire it. He had to remind himself that there were only so many shots though, and that once he was out, he'd have to walk back to get more. Trob had showed him how to take it apart, how to clean it, and how to make sure it was happy. He said Gav should name it, because guns liked having names. And since Gav never wanted to forget it, and the gun was always going to be by his side, he'd known just what to call it.
Come on, Bob.
Gav said, slipping the sling over his shoulder and hefting the weapon in his metal hand.
Let's go see what that was.
That is so cute. I can't.
Gav walked into the trees with Trob at his side, but after maybe a dozen steps the rattling just disappeared. Gav didn't look for him.
Whoop.
It was another one of Trob's games, and he knew the little man wouldn't be seen if he didn't want to be. It was why Gav had the bead. That way Trob could still talk to him and tell him what to look for. He had good eyes, and he always saw things before Gav did, which was good for Gav, but bad for whatever things Trob saw. Off in the distance, Gav heard more explosions. He'd been hearing them for hours though, and they'd faded into the background for him. The battle that had been going on since they arrived hadn't finished yet, or so it seemed.
We had any update on the meeting yet, Grint?
Trob asked, his voice in Gav's ear.
I would have woken you if word had come down.
Grint replied. Gav wasn't sure what was going on, but he'd been nervous ever since they landed. Coming down in the dropship was bad enough, especially with explosions all around. Then once they landed, Traela told Gav, Grint and Trob to stay with the ship. There were space marines on this planet. They had another name, but Gav tripped on his tongue when he tried to say it. Traela had shown Gav pics of them.
Yeah.
They were big, with black armor and chains on one arm.
That's...
Templars, she called them. She said they were stubborn, and a lot of them didn't like people like him and Trob. Most of them wouldn't like Grint either, even if he had met the Emperor and they hadn't. She would have to persuade whoever was in charge to listen to her, and she didn't want to start off by making them mad. Traela told him there were other space marines on the planet too.
Bad
Traitors. Gav didn't like that one bit. Traitors were bad. Traitor space marines were worse. Worse than demons, unless they were really big ones. She said they would be wearing dark red armor, and they'd have a spiky wheel on them. Probably other symbols too, but she couldn't be sure which. Gav had a feeling he'd know them when he saw them, though.
Oh yeah, he hates those
I
guys.
think I see what's happened.
Trob said in Gav's ear. His voice was quieter, and there was no more joking in it. Gav gripped Bob a little tighter and raised the barrel so the gun was ready.
Half a click ahead, right near the cliff base.
Gav walked forward, trying to be quiet. He saw the cliff that went up and up, so high he could barely see the top of it through the hole in the trees. When he got closer, Gav saw what had come down through the trees too. It was a space marine, still in his black armor. It looked different than the Picts Gav had seen, though. Gav saw the chain on one arm, but it was snapped into pieces. The Space Marine had hit a big rock when he landed, and there was blood everywhere. It made Gav think of that time he'd seen a tomato hit the wall when Bob had started a food fight.
Is he dead, Gav?
Trob asked.
Yep.
Gav said, giving the body a nudge with his boot just to be sure. The Space Marine's head lolled to one side. Trob swore under his breath. That was when Grint spoke up.
Who's dead? What's happening?
It's one of those Space Marines. The ones in the black armor.
This time Grint swore. Gav looked around, making sure he was still alone. If Trob and Grint thought it was bad, then things were probably bad.
Yeah,
The
I'd
back
say
of
so.
Gav's neck and that spot between his shoulders felt tight. He didn't like that feeling, but he knew whenever he felt it that there was probably fighting to do soon.
Gav, I need you to listen carefully to me.
Grint said.
Are there gold leaves on the helmet?
Gav looked down at the dead Space Marine.
Oh no.
He nodded, and then reminded himself that Grint couldn't see him when he was this far away.
Oh no.
Yep.
His armor. Are there prayer seals and words carved onto it?
This time Gav remembered.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. Lots of them.
Grint and Trob were both silent for a
this is
bit.
bad.
Then they started talking back and forth. Gav tried to follow the conversation, but he quickly got lost. They were using a bunch of words he'd never heard before, and he knew that if he asked them to stop and tell him what was going on, they'd just get mad at him. So Gav waited for them to figure out what to do. That was when he looked down and saw something he hadn't noticed before. There was a sword in the tall grass. It was a big sword, with a long grip. There was a big red gem right in the guard, and the blade was black. Gav thought he could hear it humming. He glanced at the dead Space Marine and nodded to himself.
He must have dropped this.
Oh
Gav
no.
said as he bent down, wrapping his one good hand
Oh,
around
no,
the grip.
no.
I'll give it back to him.
Gav's fingers had barely finished wrapping around the grip when a funny feeling went through him. It felt like what happened when there was a storm, and lightning hit close enough for him to see it. It made the hair stand up on his arm and on the back of his neck. Gav wrinkled his forehead and looked around. Trob and Grint were still talking in his ear, and they were talking louder, but they sounded very far away. Gav's heart was beating fast, and he looked around the clearing, trying to find where the feeling was coming from.
Oh, this is not good.
"Hello, Gav," a voice said from nearby. Gav whirled, bringing the sword up and leveling his gun. A man stood there. He wore a long coat and a hat that was a little crooked on his head. He had a bolt pistol on one hip
No,
and
no,
a long
no.
sword on the other.
No, no, no.
One of his legs was metal.
No, no, no.
He didn't have a
no,
shadow, though.
No, no,
Instead
no.
of shadow, golden light shone out of him like he was full of bright candles. Gav's mouth dropped open, and he lowered his gun.
Auri?
Gav asked, staring at the glowing
No,
vision
that's
of the
not
old
good.
commissar.
Is that you?
"Yes, Gav," Auri said, giving him that old, patient smile Gav remembered so well
Oh,
even after all
no.
these years.
But you're dead.
Gav said.
That orc burned you up. We put you in a hole, and we said the words over you.
Auri nodded. "You did, Gav. And I went on to the Emperor."
This is either the sword tricking him, or something else. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Gav didn't know what to say to that, so he nodded. Tears were welling in his eyes, but he tried to blink them away. He sniffled.
Gav,
Trob said through the bead in Gav's ear.
who the hell are you talking to?
"The Emperor needs you, Gav," Auri said. He reached up and patted him on his good arm. "And he sent me here to guide you one last time."
No.
What do I have to do?
Gav
No.
asked.
No.
Trob was still
No.
talking. So was Grint. But all of Gav's attention was on Auri. "That sword is given to the Emperor's champion,
to fight in his name.
Analysis.
Auri said,
Situation
nodding
untenable.
toward the sword in
Ogren
Gav's
compromised. Prepare for the worst.
The last bearer has fallen, and there is no time to find one of his brothers. The traitors are coming right now to take it for themselves. Gav didn't like that. He gripped the black sword's hilt harder. That funny feeling came back, but this time it was up on his head, like he was wearing a crown.
This is
Auri
not good.
smiled
This is,
at him,
oh, this is bad.
and when he
This
did,
is-
his eyes disappeared for a moment. There was just golden light inside him. Then he blinked, and his eyes were back again.
Make him drop the sword, Grant.
I can't.
I hate traitors, Auri. I hate them. I love the Emperor.
That's good, Gav, Auri said, squeezing Gav's arm.
Oh no.
Because he needs you to fight them, to stop what they're trying to do. Listen for the Emperor's voice. He will tell you where to go.
No, this is
Gav
so
was
bad.
about to say something else when he heard a loud noise from the stone wall. He turned, and the rocks came apart. He saw a metal lip as a hidden door opened, rising up out of the way. Behind the door came 3 figures. They were big, nearly as big as Gav. The one in the lead carried a black sword in his hand, but it wasn't like the one Gav had found. This sword was ugly and twisted, dripping shadows from the edge. The other 2 had bolters in their hands. All 3 of them wore dark red armor.
Okay, so there is the possibility that the sword is now messing with his brain, so he thinks that they're the bad, that they're probably world eaters, but they might actually be Black Templars, which would be so bad.
Armor that made Gav think of blood that wasn't quite dry yet. There were symbols on their armor too. Gav didn't recognize all of them, but he'd seen some of them before.
Traitors!
Gav bellowed, cutting loose with his ripper gun. The traitors were in power armor, but Bob was loaded with the big hammers, as Trob called them. Gav wasn't a very good shot, but the Space Marines were close, and they didn't have time to get out of the way. The one in front got his sword up, and it seemed to push the bullets out of the way. The 2 behind him weren't so lucky, though. One of them staggered as his knee exploded. The other jerked as the bullets hammered into his chest and head as he tried to get out of the way of the barrage. Gav only got a few bursts off before the one in front charged him, swinging his sword. Most opponents would have fled that charge. Even another Space Marine might have taken a step back to ready themselves. But Gav was an Ogren, and his blood was up. Gav met the charge with one of his own, moving faster than any creature his size had a right to. The Marine's shoulders adjusted, and he brought his blade down in a powerful, overhand cut that would have ripped a tank in half. Without thinking, Gav slammed the black sword up to block the attack. The swords clashed and power sparked, exploding out in waves that made the trees shudder. At the same time as he blocked, though, Gav's momentum carried him inside the Marine's swing. He rammed Bob's barrel up under the traitor's armpit where there wasn't as much armor, and pulled the trigger again. Red blood sprayed and chunks of metal exploded outward as the bullets ricocheted through the Space Marine's body, tearing him up. The body hadn't even had time to fall when bolter fire ripped into him from behind. The traitor Gav had hurt was on his good knee, leaning against the wall, firing his weapon one-handed. A round flew past Gav's head, and 2 more slammed into the dead traitor's backpack, driving the corpse into Gav.
This is making me so nervous.
Gav let go of Bob, the thick strap digging into his shoulder as the ripper gun fell down to his hip, and he grabbed the dead traitor with his steel hand. Rushing forward, Gav threw the body into the hole, watching it slam into the kneeling Marine, sending his bolter skittering across the floor. Gav stalked after, his knuckles white on the hilt of the sword. He was just about to step into the cave, small dark space or not, when red lights flashed, and the door started closing again. Gav slammed his metal arm into the door, grunting as he tried to push it back. It refused to stop. Gav leaned into it, his shoulder trembling with the effort. The 3rd traitor was leaning against the wall. He'd taken off his helmet, and Gav saw his face was covered in old scars and new blood. He gave Gav a broken smile as he walked closer, hefting his bolter and putting it to his shoulder. "I should thank you," the traitor said, spitting out what looked like part of a tooth.
Wait.
With Aspects and Berteros dead, I'll be the one who claims victory for taking that sword.
Oh. Okay, it's okay then. It seems like, okay. He was killing traitors. That's good. And it might be even word bearers. So that would be better. That would be even better if they were word bearers. Oh, okay. I was getting really nervous here.
The traitor's head exploded, showering the walls and ceiling with gore. His body fell, his armor clattering. The traitor with the mangled knee was holding himself up on one arm, his smoking bolt pistol in hand. Gav watched as the barrel started to shift in his direction. He pushed harder on the door, trying to get some breathing room. He heard a loud crack from the trees behind him, felt something shoot past his head, and then a neat, round hole appeared in the traitor's left eye lens.
Good. Okay, good.
He hung there for a moment.
Yes, good.
Like he couldn't remember what he'd been doing. A single, thick tear of blood rolled out of the hole, and he collapsed onto his face. A moment later, Trob came running out of the trees. His rifle was still smoking. He was shouting as he came, and Gav was hearing it loud in one ear, and not so loud in the other. It was making his head hurt.
I ought to let that door have its way with you.
Trob snarled as he wove between Gav's legs. He reached up and slammed a button on the wall, and the pressure on Gav's arm stopped. Gav let go of the door slowly and stepped inside the cave.
There's traitors, Trob.
Gav said. He flexed his shoulder, then hefted Bob again.
They're doing bad things. Auri said the Emperor wants me to go stop it.
Gav wanted to explain it better to Trob, but he couldn't. The feelings inside him were a lot like Ogren's themselves, big and powerful. Trying to make those feelings squeeze down into words was like trying to get Gav's tribe to get into the small armored carriers. He might have been able to do it if he had the time to sit and think about it. He knew he didn't have that time, though. The sword was pulling at him, not at his arm, but at his brain. He had to go. The Emperor had told him what to do, and it was his job to do it. Gav turned and walked deeper into the tunnel that led into the mountain.
Oh, Grint, make this all make sense to me before I lose what little calm I've got left.
Trob said, following along in Gav's wake.
What's happening?
Grint asked. He was out of breath.
He's
It
running.
sounded like he was running. Trob barely broke stride as he brought his rifle up and fired around Gav's hip, catching a man in defaced guardsman armor full in the face and splattering his brains against the
I'm
stone
so
wall.
relieved.
We've just had hostiles. 3 traitor Astartes. Looks like Gav's on a mission.
Try to mark your path.
Grint panted.
I'll catch up.
Doors opened and footsteps came in a rush. Small arms fire and war cries filled the hallway for a moment. They were drowned out by Gav's roar of fury and the bellow of his ripper gun. Gav kept walking, stepping over 3 dozen bodies that had been torn to pieces in the tight confines. Trob followed, snatching a frag grenade off the belt of one of the corpses.
Ooh, good
That'll
call.
be easy.
Trob said, working the bolt on his rifle.
Just follow the bodies.
It didn't take long for the sheer weight of the rock to blot out the signal from the microbeads. Not that Gav noticed much. Every time it felt like he was about to go down the wrong hallway or take the wrong set of stairs, he felt more than heard a gentle whisper.
This is so
It was
interesting.
like he could still feel Auri's hand on him, guiding him with their old signals as he touched Gav's hip to direct him. It was something the old commissar did when the guns were too loud for Gav and the others to hear him shout.
Oh,
There
that's
were more traitors,
okay.
and they
that's
all
cool.
shot at Gav. The las rounds hurt, but just left his skin singed. The auto guns were small enough that he didn't even bleed that much, and the big plates on his chest and shoulders stopped a lot of it. There was a big cannon, just like the one Gav used to carry too. The traitors had to mount it on wheels, and it took 2 of them just to move it.
Oh, he
They
just
were
could
so
carry
focused
it.
on trying to hit Gav that they didn't see Trob, or the grenade he threw until it was too late.
Yeah. Oh,
Gav!
Trob said, coughing through the smoke and shouting over the alarms that were blaring from the walls. He scavenged the wreck of the corpses, snatching a las rifle, spare charge mags, and palming a few more grenades.
I've got this funny feeling that they know we're coming.
Good!
Gav said. He let go of Bob, put one foot on the axle of
Stealth
the
is
cannon
not
wagon,
my
and
specialty.
pulled. Metal screamed, and rivets popped as he pulled off one half of the shield the gunner had stood behind.
Oh, that's sick.
It was a big slab of metal, and Gav gave it a good thump with the sword's pommel to feel its weight. He shifted his grip on the heavy steel ring welded to the armored plate until he held it like a shield. Gav glanced up and saw Auri standing near a stairwell. His eyes were empty pits of light, and the commissar was waving him on. Trob didn't seem to see him. Gav frowned and readjusted his grip on the black sword.
I'm coming, Auri! I'm coming! For you! For the Emperor!
It wasn't long before the resistance stiffened. The traitors had all been facing the other way, focusing on the battle going on up at the top of the cliff. But now they were forming up into lines and trying to hold choke points against Gav. The hot-shot las guns they had ate at his shield, and the auto turrets they had set up screamed while they spit bullets at anything that moved. The traitors set off mines, blew up smoke charges, and sent hot plasma down the tunnel. In the end, none of it was enough to stop Gav, or the sword in his hand.
I'm waiting for the catch. I'm waiting.
The stairs ended, and Gav stepped into a place that used to be beautiful. There were big columns of stone, and the floors were shiny from where they'd been polished. Statues watched the place. They looked like space marines, but they were covered with old blood or smashed to pieces. It felt like it had been a church a long time ago, but then the traitors had ruined it, just like they always did. Outside, Gav could hear shouting and the sound of bolter fire. He heard demon roars too. Gav raised what was left of his shield and wiped blood and sweat off his face. His scalp was torn from where a piece of shrapnel had grazed his skull, and he had a nasty burn along his bicep. His armor and shield were hammered nearly to scrap. 1 or 2 lucky shots had punched into his muscles, and he was battered and bruised from head to toe. Gav knew he should be in pain, but he didn't feel any pain. It was there, but it was like the pain was behind a wall someplace far away where it didn't matter.
Adrenaline.
Grint ought to be able to find us easy enough.
Trob grunted. He had a hot-shot rifle in his hands now, with Spindra slung on his back. Gav didn't remember when the Ratling had picked up the rifle, or how long he'd been firing it. It looked almost silly in his hands, but Gav knew that Trob could make his shots count no matter the size of the weapon.
Yeah.
The Ratling was covered in dirt and dust, and his arm was bandaged from where an autogun round had clipped him at some point.
Just where the hell are we going, Gav?
Gav couldn't explain it with words. There was a ringing in his head that made it even harder to think. He dropped what was left of his shield and tugged the microbead out of his ear. It didn't make the noises he was hearing go away, though.
Oh,
If anything,
boy.
they got louder. Gav shook his head and
This
looked
is
around.
not good.
Across the polished floor there was a huge archway, flanked by bloody statues holding open books. Gav heard the voices rolling out of the door. Gav didn't know what the words they were speaking meant, but he recognized them all the same.
They're talking to demons.
Gav said.
Kill them.
He clenched his jaw and
Kill
narrowed his
them.
eyes.
The big ones!
Trob sighed and pulled an injector vial out of his inner pockets. He popped the cap off at one end, set his teeth together, closed his eyes, then jammed it into the side of his neck. The stim stick emptied itself with a sigh. When Trob opened his eyes again, they were sharp,
I'm
the
gonna
pupils
need this.
tiny little pinpricks of black. He smiled up at Gav.
Let's get it done, Gav.
He's like, yeah, I don't have enough sanity for this. I don't have enough sanity. Let's get going.
Gav stalked toward the archway. It was so big he didn't have any trouble walking through it. There wasn't a room like he'd expected, though. Instead, it was a big stone patio that went right up to the cliff's edge. 6 men stood in a circle chanting those words that hurt Gav's head. The sun was setting, and the red light was right in his eyes, but Gav saw there were 4 Marines in dark red armor standing guard at the corners. They raised their weapons when they saw Gav, but before any of them could fire, a voice boomed out so loud it even drowned out the chanters.
No!
That voice said,
He is mine!
Something Gav thought was a statue turned and looked at him. It was a space marine, but he was bigger than all the others Gav had ever seen. He was even bigger than Gav. He wore heavy armor that seemed to breathe like skin instead of metal. The eyes in his helmet glowed bright red, but the light in them wasn't right. The light should have been steady like a lamp. Instead, it looked like there was fire burning inside the big marine's helmet. The armor was covered in spikes, horns, and symbols that hurt Gav's eyes to look at. There was also some kind of humming crown over the top of his helmet, with gems sticking out of it. The big marine faced him and started walking closer. As he moved, Gav saw there were tears in his armor. Some of them leaked black fluid. Some sparked and screamed as he walked. The sword thrummed in Gav's hand, like it was trying to growl at the big marine.
I will give you this one chance, simple creature, for you know not the role you play here. Relinquish that blade to me and you may walk away. Refuse, and I will take it from your corpse.
Oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I'm thinking, I can't remember if they had like a specific name for them, but this is like Argoltal, where he was where he and his homeboys were possessed by demons. That's what I think this is. That's what I think it is.
Gav didn't respond with words. He leapt forward, gripping the sword's hilt with both hands as he brought it down in a vicious overhand blow. The Marine moved a split second before Gav did, bringing his power claw around in an arc. He didn't attempt to block Gav's blow, but instead he struck the flat of the blade as it passed. The force of it made Gav stumble, but he leaned into it, turning himself and rolling. Electricity cracked.
Gal Vorback, thank you. Or someone said it could also be a Terminator. But you're right. The Gal Vorback, yes, thank you.
Where he'd been standing and the Marine growled. He took another step, trying to bring his claw back around, but Gav was back on his feet. He struck out at the claw and sparks flew. The Marine tried to bring his other hand around to grab him, but Gav managed to slip his grip, ramming his shoulder up into the Marine's arm. Gav fought hard, but every time he managed to bring the sword around, the Marine was already there, ready to block him. Gav caught a fist in his side, and he felt his armor splinter, the ribs underneath breaking. Gav stumbled back, breathing hard. Wind blew against the back of his neck, and he knew the edge of the cliff wasn't far away. The Marine stood there watching him. The chanting rose, and Gav risked a glance over at the men in robes standing in a circle. The big Marine laughed.
The time for play is at an end,
he rumbled through his vox.
The rite will soon be over, and at the appropriate moment I will break that sword. With its destruction, the Imperium's hold on this world will wither, and it will be sucked into the warp.
Gav didn't know what to do. He was surrounded by enemies, and he knew if they got that sword, he would have failed the Emperor. Every instinct inside him, every urge in his bones told him to bull forward, to go down fighting. He heard another voice, though. A voice he hadn't heard in many years.
Oh, no.
He heard Bob whisper in his ear, the way he always did when he was about to do a mischief, and he wanted Gav to be ready for it. Gav frowned and let go of the black sword with his metal hand. He held the sword sideways, putting his fake hand up, palm out.
If I give it to you, I can leave?
Gav asked. The sound that came out of the Marine's vox made Gav think of a sick kitten. It made the muscles in his back twitch.
Ugh.
Of course,
the big Marine said, making a sweeping gesture with his power claw toward the archway behind him.
Is he gonna like walk up to him and be like, here you go, and then like kill him with it? That's what I hope he does. But Ogren are like honest, so I don't know if he'll do that.
Let it not be said that the word bearers are not generous.
Gav bent down slowly, crouching as he made to lay down the sword. He never took his eyes off the big marine. The armor whirred as the marine stared down at the sword. Gav was just about to let go of the hilt when he grabbed Bob with his steel hand, turned, and opened fire on the chanters.
Yeah!
The bullet should have ripped through them, tearing apart their limbs and blasting them into pieces. But they didn't. Instead, they just stopped. The air in front of where Gav was aiming crackled and the bullets hung there.
Ooh.
The chanting continued. They didn't even look up. Before Gav could react, the big marine had his hand around Gav's neck.
Oh.
He shoved Gav down hard, using the strength and weight of his armor to force Gav onto his knees. Gav lost his grip on Bob, and the Ripper gun bounced across the floor. Gav tried to swing the black sword up with both hands, but his arm stopped in midair. He strained, the machine of his fake arm whining and the veins in his biceps pumping as he pushed. There was nothing there, but he still couldn't move.
No.
That was very brave of you,
The marine said.
Stupid, but brave. You had your chance, now you die.
Gav closed his eyes. He said a prayer to the Emperor. He told him he was sorry, and that he tried his best. He heard Auri call his name, telling him to get up. He heard Bob yelling from a long way away, telling him to fight. Gav heard another voice too. It was bigger than the others. It was bigger than any commissar he'd ever heard, even when they yelled over a vox. It was bigger than the demons he'd fought. That voice was bigger than the sky, and loud like every cannon Gav had ever heard at once. And he heard another voice. Grint's voice. "Now, Gav!" the Psyker shouted, his voice echoing with power. "Do it now!" Suddenly, Gav's arms were free. Grint was standing in the archway Gav had come from, his eyes glowing the same way Auri's had. He had one hand out in front of him, like he was choking something invisible. The other was held palm out. Half a dozen bolter rounds were caught in his shield from where the Marines had been firing at him.
That goes hard.
Trob's muzzle flashed as he returned fire. The big Marine stood still as a statue, his armor trembling and his eyes blazing. Gav smelled blood and burning flesh, and heard more demon words coming out of the Marine's vox. Before the big Marine could fight off Grint, Gav yanked himself to his feet. He held the sword up in both hands and drove it down into the spot next to the Marine's helmet.
Yes!
Black blood spewed up, along with hot oil that burned Gav's hand and forearm. The big Marine kept trying to talk, but Gav yanked the sword down, pushing with all his weight as it tore into the Marine. The words stopped and the word bearer fell.
Yes!
Gav let him fall, letting go of the sword's hilt. The cliffside all around him was shaking and the air was starting to grow hazy. Shadows filled the sky and everything started to get dark. Gav took 2 careful steps and picked up Bob. This time when he pulled the trigger, nothing stopped his bullets from tearing through the chanters and leaving them crumpled on the floor. At first, Gav thought he hadn't been fast enough, but the shaking subsided and the shadows began to disperse. It felt like whatever was trying to come through to this world couldn't open the door the rest of the way on its own.
Gav, the real one.
There was a scream that made Gav put his hands over his ears as something tried to force its way in, but was pushed back to wherever it had come from. The sun came back out, and even the wind died down. Gav looked around. All the Marines in red armor were slumped on the ground, unmoving. The candles that had been lit had all gone out. The voices he'd heard, good and bad, were gone now. Trob was going from body to body, giving each an extra round from his stolen hotshot just to make sure they weren't faking.
Good call.
Grint was slumped on a stone bench, doing a series of breathing exercises.
Is it
Gotta get your cardio,
done?
man.
Gav asked Trob.
I'm kidding. That was probably very, very hard.
The words were barely out of his mouth when Shiksa came charging through the archway, her melter locked and loaded. She swept the patio with it once, then lowered the weapon. Turning her head, she made a high-pitched whistle like a bird call. A moment later, Traela strode through the doorway. She had a power sword in her hand, but she deactivated it when she saw what lay in front of her. Gav smiled and waved. He was glad she was all right.
even though Gav hadn't been there to keep her safe himself.
The Black Templars are gonna be mad. They don't like mutants, and and the mutants just did their job for them. They're gonna be so pissed.
Traela touched her left cheek with 2 fingers, a sign she had worked out with Gav that he needed to be very serious. Gav frowned and shifted his grip on Bob. Gav had barely been given the sign when another Space Marine came through the archway. This one wasn't him.
It was a good warning. She was like, buddy, just so you know.
Red, though, and he didn't have any of the demon symbols on him. His armor was black, and he had a white cloth over it. He didn't carry a sword like lots of the others. Instead, he had a stick with a winged skull on it. His helmet was a skull, too. Gav wasn't sure
Oh, a
what
chaplain.
it meant, but he was pretty sure this one was important.
Oh,
The
shoot.
skull-faced Marine walked across the cracked stone, stopping in front of the body of the traitor's leader. The hilt of the black sword still protruded from his neck.
What happened here?
The Marine asked.
We did
If Gav had
for
thought
you.
his face was scary, his voice was even worse. It was hard, rough, and cold in a way that made Gav wish Bob had more bullets.
Your champion went down fighting, my lord.
Trob said. Gav's brow wrinkled. Trob was using his get-out-of-trouble voice.
He challenged the traitor and fought hard. He dealt this scum a death blow, but the bastard witch sent him flying over the edge with his mind before he died.
Oh.
I see.
The skull-faced Marine said. He turned and looked at Gav.
Guardsman, has anyone touched this sword but the hand of the Emperor's champion?
Oh, they're gonna lie. They're gonna lie. That is genius. That is so genius that they're gonna be like, nope, Gav, nope, the champion dealt him the blow and he got knocked off the cliff last moment. Like, real sucks, bro. Holy cow. Dang. Clever.
Over the Marine's shoulder, Gav caught sight of Auri. He hadn't been there a moment ago.
Shake your head, shake your
He
head.
was hazy now, like a dream that was starting to fade away. He made the sign of the Aquila and then nodded. Gav straightened and flicked his eyes back to the Marine.
No, sir. Only the Emperor's champion touched that sword.
The skull-faced Marine stared at Gav a moment longer.
No
Then he
cooties.
bent, grasped the black sword by its hilt, and drew it out of the body of the dead traitor. He pulled a cloth from a pouch, wiped the dark blood from the blade, and then slid it into an empty scabbard on his belt.
Come. The battle is far from over, and we need every hand.
The Marine in black
What
armor
have you
turned
been
and
doing? Slacking off? Just slacking off here?
vanished back through the archway toward the sound of fighting. Gav looked at Traela. She nodded.
Oh, it's not a lie. Oh, you're right, you're right. He is the Emperor's champion. The Emperor chose him. Yep, you're right. He didn't lie. Gav did not lie. Only the Emperor's champion. He is. Yep, he did. He did earn that title, I agree.
Shiksa grinned and dug into the wide pouch in the small of her back as she crossed the broken stone. She removed a heavy drum and held it out to Gav. I had a feeling you might need this, she said. Gav smiled, took the fresh drum and reloaded Bob. He yanked the charging handle and smiled as the first round settled into position in the Ripper gun. For the Emperor, Shiksa said, giving Gav a wink.
For the Emperor,
Gav said solemnly. Then, under his breath, he added,
and for you, Bob.
Yeah. Yes. Well done. Well done. That was a very good get out of jail card. I don't think most people would have thought of that, and they were just like, oh, nope, no one else such it couldn't be me. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Well, let me let this go through. There we go. This is the last one. This is the last one. Ooh. This has been so good. I love Gav. He's amazing. He's amazing. All right. We'll get it started. Because so far we've been streaming for 3 hours. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. let's finish this one. This one's 47 minutes. Yeah, I'm worried about this one too. Red-tailed wolf, thank you so much for the bits. That's very generous of you. All to say that Gav is the best. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Thank you so much for the bits. Wow, that's very, very kind of you. Wow. Shall we finish this? Shall we watch the rest of this? I'm off to bed. Have a great night. Yes, go to bed. I'm worried I'm gonna cry a lot in this one because Martyrs is in the title, and I didn't cry at all last one, so I'm a little worried. I won't lie. Oh.
This video is sponsored by Starforged. Introducing the Throne Watchers.
One second. Do. Okay, there.
It was a big blue ball with splotches.
Oh, back a little farther. There you go.
The planet below didn't look like much. It was a big blue ball with splotches of green and brown, and a few splashes of white. It made Gav think of a marble he'd had a long time ago, and that he'd traded for a sweet stick when he and his tribe were done with their exercises for the day. He hunkered down in the gun cutter, watching through his porthole as the world got bigger and bigger. He knew what was coming next, and he didn't like it. Up in the pilot's seat, Shiksa started flicking switches and talking into her headset.
Sanctorum Verdis, this is Black Talon coming in for a landing.
Shiksa said as she pushed down on the stick.
Is he like
Would appreciate a lock on to our signal.
And he doesn't like
And if
flying.
you keep your cannon sleeping.
There was some kind of acknowledgement over the Vox, but Gav couldn't hear it. He was too focused on the way the engines were thrumming and how the deck was starting to vibrate. He gritted his teeth and gripped the cold steel of his safety harness.
Yeah, he's like Jurgen.
He stared down at the grating between his boots and tried to ignore the building pressure in his ears as the gun cutter started shaking harder.
Breathe, Gav,
Grint said. He used his inside voice, the one where his lips didn't move, and that Gav heard inside his head. It felt funny when he did that, and Gav didn't like it, but Grint would have had to shout to be heard over the racket of them entering the planet's atmosphere.
In through your nose and out through your mouth.
Aww.
Come on.
Gav did what
This
Grint
is so
said,
wholesome.
swallowing with every other breath. After a few minutes, he felt his ears pop and then the shaking leveled off. It didn't go away, but it became more familiar. Gav let out a long breath and released his hold on his harness. He hadn't bent it like he had the last time, but there were a couple of places where he could see the outlines of his fingers. It was worse where his metal hand had been. Grint patted Gav on the leg and gave him a smile. Gav tried to smile back, but it didn't feel quite right.
Final approach to Sanctorum Verdis.
Kind of like a
Shiksa
little
said,
grimace.
easing back on the throttle and taking them down in a slow, banking dive.
You've got time for one last look before we're boots down.
Gav hunkered down again, pressing against his harness to look out the window. They were flying over a white city that looked like something out of a story. The walls shone.
Hive
The
World?
big guns on top of the walls were shiny and clean, and there were statues everywhere.
Because now I think, so since I played Space Marine 2, I have like a little bit like, it's like a different way for like what a hive world could look like. This is kind of gives me this same impression from what you can see in the game. And it's quite pretty. It's quite pretty to look at, so. I wonder what they're doing here.
Gav recognized the Emperor, but most of them were women in power armor. He smiled. But then they passed by a statue of a sister on her knees, still gripping her sword. That one brought up some memories Gav had tried not to think about, and just like that, he didn't feel like smiling anymore. Beyond the city was a huge church. It wasn't built like the churches that Gav had seen before, though. It looked more like a fortress, with heavy las cannons at
Oh,
the top of
that's
the
cool.
spires,
Shrine World.
and big
Thank you.
gated choke points all along the road to be sure nobody could come up if they didn't have permission. As they drew closer, Gav could see there were dozens of people moving about the training yards. A lot of them were sword fighting, but if he strained his ears, he could hear the heavy thump and explosion of bolters being fired. It made the skin on the back of his neck tighten up, and his heart thump a little harder in his chest. The gun cutter banked again, and Shiksa brought them in smoothly, choosing a landing pad that overlooked the cliff at the rear of the huge church. The engine whined as they settled down, and Gav's stomach flopped slightly as gravity settled back on his shoulders where it belonged.
Looks like you're finally getting used to this, big guy.
Trop said, plugging a cigar in his mouth and grinning around it at Gav.
You only turned 2 shades of green this time, and you didn't give us a mess to clean up.
Grint helped.
Gav said, frowning as he felt for the clasp to unbuckle his harness. He was starting to get that too tight feeling, and he needed to get outside before it got worse.
Hands down, Gav.
Traela said. Breath was burning in Gav's chest, and sweat was starting to trickle down the side of his neck.
Oh no.
Everything was too close. The Inquisitor reached out and pinched the end of Gav's nose. The strange sensation shocked him back to himself, and he put both hands on his knees. Traela gripped the buckle on his harness, pressed into either side.
Honestly, Gav is so wholesome, I can't. Oh, and welcome for those of you who are just joining us. My only viewer from Guam. I actually have no idea. I don't know. I haven't looked at my analytics to see where everyone is from. But welcome, everyone. I hope you're enjoying a bit of Gav and Bob. I'm a little worried. I guess I'm always worried. Every time I read a Warhammer book and I like a character, I'm like, when are they gonna die? When am I gonna be very sad?
And unclasped it.
Oh, Vagabond, thank you so much for the super chat. That's very kind of you. I hope you're enjoying your day so far. Ooh, and Gav and Bob. I'm getting nervous.
Gav slumped forward and put his head in his good hand. The world was tilting a bit, and he didn't want it to start spinning.
Might have spoken too soon,
Trop said.
We might be better off if you didn't speak at all while we're here,
Traela said, snatching the cigar out of the Rattling's mouth.
The Canoness Commander doesn't tolerate foolishness at the best of times.
Foolishness? Inquisitor, you wound me.
Trop
The accent is everything. The accent, I could tell from the first time we met this guy, I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely causes trouble.
said, widening his eyes and taking off his hat, crushing it in his hands.
I'll keep an eye on the wee one,
Shiksa said, hanging up her ear cans and hauling herself out of the pilot's chair. She shrugged into her fatigue jacket, buttoning it closed over her tattoos and scars, which was about as formal as the Katachan ever got.
Just an eye?
Trob asked, waggling his eyebrows. Shiksa looked down at the little man for a long moment, her face unreadable. Then she turned to Traela and took Trob's cigar out of the Inquisitor's hand. Fishing her battered lighter out of her pocket, Shiksa lit the smoke and took a deep puff on it. Trob narrowed his eyes and crammed his hat back on his head.
So, it's like that, is it?
Okay, I would hang out with these people.
It's like that.
Shiksa said, blowing smoke out through her nostrils.
They sound like so much
Are
fun.
you ready to go outside, Gav?
Grint asked. This time he was using his outside voice. Gav nodded.
All right then. On your feet.
Okay, this group,
Gav stood slowly,
I want to be friends with
making
all of
sure
them.
he didn't hit his head on anything.
Because, well, actually, I do, but I don't, because I'm sure some of them are going to die here.
Gav walked carefully toward the rear doors and clumped down the ramp, straightening up as his boots hit the stone landing pad. He took a deep breath of salty air and turned his face up to the sun. For just a moment, he forgot about being scared and feeling sick. He forgot about the mission that had brought Traela to this world. He even forgot about those bad memories. Then he heard the Inquisitor's steps on the ramp and Gav turned back to her.
Are you ready, Gav?
Traela asked. Gav swallowed. He didn't feel ready. Instead, he took a deep breath and pushed out his chest.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. He's
Good.
trying so hard.
Traela said. She gave Gav a smile and then headed toward the big church.
You're with me. The rest of you, stay out of trouble and keep your eyes open.
Gav glanced back at the others. Trob.
Can you blame me for being scared to lose someone? Every Warhammer book I read, people die. Obviously it's Warhammer and it's grimdark. It was so bad that when I paused on Warhammer for a little bit and read another series, at the end of the series, I was like, this is going too well. No one significant has died. Like, nothing bad has happened. When is the bad thing going to happen? And it never came, because regular book series don't always end on super bad notes or depressing notes. This is what Warhammer has done to me. I am now... It is now a problem of mine that I'm like, oh, someone's going to die. We're going to lose someone. And, like, usually they're right. I mean, come on. Like, 2 of the 5 so far, so 2 of the 4 we've watched, people have died that he really cared about. We're there. This last one is really big. Faith and martyrs. Don't get attached. Just don't get attached. Don't get attached to fictional characters. Let me clarify. Don't get attached to fictional characters. Okay.
It produced another cigar from somewhere, and Shiksa was holding a lighter open for him. Grint was shaking his head and clenching his teeth the way he did when he knew he was the only one being serious. Trob blew a smoke ring Gav's way, and Shiksa made a shooing gesture with one hand. Gav squared his shoulders and followed Traela. If the others weren't worried, then he shouldn't be worried. That was what he told himself, at least. The 2 of them made it off the landing pad and halfway up the road that ran along the training yard before a...
I do recognize the irony, yes, but I knew he was dead before. Actually, that's not true. I liked him, and then I got it. You're right. I should not have gotten attached to Sanguinius, but I did, even though I knew he was gonna die. Because I found out about him, and then I was like, oh, his fate is to die, but I still like him. Oh, Negima, thank you for the super chat. Just a little something to thank you for keeping me company on this lonely shift. Also got Kingmaker, can't wait to listen to it. You don't have to do that. You can send me that note without, like, you could just say that. I like seeing your messages. You don't have to put a super chat on that. You don't have to do that. That's very kind of you. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm not doing a lot of work today. Just getting to enjoy and talk about this, so that's appreciated. But you never have to. I love it when I see comments that say that I've kept you, that I've kept you company while you paint your minis or you're at work, and I really like seeing those. So you don't ever feel like you gotta do that. I see them. Like, I see the majority of your comments, but I can't respond to everyone. It makes me sad that I can't have 50 separate conversations. So that's very sweet of you. So, yes, I know I'm madly in love with Sanguinius, but excuse me, how could you not be? How could you not be? He's perfect. He's so perfect. Oh my gosh. Do we plan on reading Devastation of Baal? I mean, I read it. We could read it for a book club. I did a whole review on it. There's a past stream, I think it's in the playlist called Lore Talks, where I talk about the Devastation of Baal. You're the most wholesome VTuber I've ever seen. Well, that's very kind of you. I haven't watched a lot of her content, but I always think Bibu is, like, so cute and just so innocent and pure that I usually call her that. But thank you. It's very, very kind of you. But yes, I'm well aware that I'm a hypocrite and I get attached to Sanguinius. Oh, it's fine. It's gotta have some parasocialism in your life, right?
young woman came out of the church and approached them. She was dressed kind of like the sisters Gav had known before, but not quite the same. Her dark hair was cut short, and though she had a few scars on her face, she didn't have any tattoos Gav could see. She didn't have any weapons either, which made her look strange to him.
Inquisitor Trailer,
The young woman said.
I am Novitiate Rana. The Canonist Commander asked me to escort you to her.
A pleasure, Rana, Trailer said, pursing her lips slightly. Tell me, is her office still on the top floor?
Yes, Inquisitor. But she is currently awaiting you in the Hall of Martyrs.
Trailer stopped walking when she heard that.
Oh.
Gav looked down at her and saw that line between her eyes that said she was frowning on the inside. She clasped her hands behind her back, and when she spoke, she wasn't quite as friendly as she had been. I know the way, Novitiate, Trailer said. But lead on, as your duty requires.
So there's a history here.
Gav followed the two women, making sure he walked slowly so he didn't step on anyone. Rana led them in through the rear doors of the church, pushing open both of them to be sure there was enough room for Gav to step inside without turning sideways. He appreciated that. The inside of the place felt even bigger than the outside, with stone stairs winding all over the place, and wide walking platforms crisscrossing the empty space. A lot of light came in through the thin windows and colours danced on the air. A choir was singing somewhere, and it echoed through the building. Gav didn't know the words, but he knew the song.
It's beautiful,
he said. I know, Gav, Trailer said, touching his hip to get his attention. He hadn't realized he'd stopped, staring around as he took it all in. Focus. We have a job to do here.
Right.
I'm wondering
Gav
if
said.
she was a sister of
He
battle.
furrowed his forehead, showing Trailer he was concentrating. She nodded, and they began walking again. Rana led them across the polished floor into a door ringed with skulls. They weren't carved into the stone or made of metal, like most skulls Gav saw in places like this. They were real skulls, set in little spaces around the door. On the shelf below each skull was a name, a number, and a few words. Gav couldn't read all of them, but he figured that the words talked about how the person had died, or maybe what they'd done to wind up on display here. He had a feeling the people who had once owned these skulls were important, but he wasn't.
That's one way to think about it. The people who owned these skulls. I guess you do own your own skull, but that is not how I would have described it myself. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it.
Wasn't sure why. Rana opened the door and stood aside to let them in. Past the door was a long hallway. It was wide enough that Gav could have stretched both his arms out without touching the walls, and so tall that the hanging lamps were still several feet above his head. The floor and walls were polished, and there were more skulls sitting in their small resting places. Gav also saw the floor was worn away near the walls, the way it was when a lot of people walked in the same place over and over again for a long time. Several other hallways crossed this one too, and Gav glanced down them. Most of them had skulls in them, with sisters dressed like Rana lighting candles, praying and cleaning them. But a lot of the spaces were still empty. At the end of the hall there was another set of huge double doors. These ones were metal, and they had some words on them that Gav couldn't read. His frown deepened and he blinked a few times.
What does that say?
Gav asked quietly, pointing at the words with his good arm. Mors nos non distinguit, Trailer said. It means, death does not part us.
What does that mean?
Gav asked. Another time, Gav, Trailer said. I promise. Now, if you would, please open the door for us. Gav nodded and put his metal hand against the door. The bundles of steel cables whirred and whined as he pushed, forcing the door open 1 inch at a time.
Strong boy.
It was just as heavy as it looked. Gav stepped through the door, making sure he kept himself between Trailer and whatever might be waiting on the other side. What he saw, though, made him stop in his tracks. It wasn't the wide open room so big that even Gav didn't have to worry about stooping. It wasn't the displays of blood-stained armor. all of them bearing the symbols and prayer seals of the battle sisters that had last worn the suits. It wasn't the skulls resting on crimson pillows that looked down from the ledges above the armor, watching everything that went on in the room. It wasn't the gold inlaid table, the 2 chairs on this side of it, one small and one big enough for Gav to sit in, or even the white-haired woman sitting on the other side of that table that made Gav's eyes go wide. No, it was the person who stood next to the white-haired woman. She was tall and broad in the shoulders, chest and hips. Her arms were thick and she had almost as many scars.
Female Ogren?
As she did muscles. She wore heavy armor on her chest and shoulders, and there was a sword on one hip. Her hair was dark and she wore it in a single braid down one side of her head. The other side of her head was covered by a hard steel case. Her face was smooth with heavy cheekbones and brown eyes that looked even darker.
Okay.
The only mark on her face was a small tattoo of the sister's flower, as Tala had called it, just under one eye. Gav had never seen that mark on an Ogren before.
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Traela stepped around Gav and walked towards the table. She was letting her boot heels hit the ground hard, making her steps echo in the room. The white-haired woman put her hands on the table and stood.
I was wondering why she just had like a large chair for an Ogren. I'm like, man, she's really thinking ahead. But it makes sense if you have one as your aide or bodyguard. Like, yeah, you would make sure to get chairs that fit.
Slowly, she smiled at Traela. Gav had expected a mean smile, but he thought it made her look kind.
Canoness Commander,
Traela said, giving her a nod of the head. The woman's smile faded, and she folded her hands in front of her.
Inquisitor?
The other woman said, looking Traela up and down.
It has been some time. Are we to stand on titles and ceremony like this?
If we are to have an interrogation, then yes.
What happened here? Mobius, thank you for becoming a Legionnaire and subscribing. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I know I'm enjoying it. Oh, what's happening here?
Traela said. The white-haired woman raised her hands, holding them palms outward.
I mean for no such thing. It has been a long time since you've been inside these walls, and much has changed.
She was a sister of battle.
This chamber is no longer a place where crimes are read and sentence is passed. This is where we come to remember those who have passed, and to reflect on ourselves and our duties.
The Canoness Commander gestured at Gav and the other Ogren who stood near her, and some of her smile came back.
It is also a room big enough to hold all of us comfortably.
Traela's shoulders relaxed slightly, and she shifted the way she was standing. When she spoke again, her voice was softer.
My apologies, Triana. Things have been stressful of late.
I can only imagine.
The white-haired woman said as she sat back down.
Please, seat yourself, and we can talk about it.
Traela sat in the smaller chair, crossing one leg over the other. It took Gav a moment to realize she was looking at him. He'd been staring at Triana's bodyguard. When Traela gestured at the other chair, he sat hurriedly. The chair creaked under Gav's bulk, but it held.
Oh, she's pretty.
The white-haired woman smiled and folded her hands on the table. Her bodyguard didn't smile with her mouth, but Gav thought he saw one in her eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Gav, this is Triana Dan Costis,
Traela said.
I want you to tell her everything you told me when I first talked to you, before you came to work for me. Then, when you finish that story, I want you to tell her what happened on Varen 7.
Gav frowned again, pursing his lips.
I thought you said I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about that.
You aren't, Gav,
Traela said.
But I'm right here, and I'm telling you that it's okay to tell Triana the truth.
Her too?
Gav asked, cutting his eyes to Triana's bodyguard.
I can assure you that Faith is vigilant in her duties,
Triana said.
Faith and martyrs. I'm just saying.
She is always at my side, and I trust her.
Traela pursed her lips and nodded. Triana had that kindly smile back on her face. It made her eyes twinkle a bit. like she was excited to be in on a secret. He looked over at Faith. She was already looking at him, as if she was waiting for him to get started. Gav took a deep breath and blew it out through his nose as he leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees.
Okay, if you say so.
Gav sniffed and tried to find where to get started. Traela waited. Triana waited. Finally, Gav told Triana about Auri and Bob. He talked about the orcs that had killed his old commissar, and then about the space marine in the blue armor who killed Bob. Gav pointed at some of the scars on his head and on his remaining hand that he still had from that fight, before he'd smashed that space marine to dust. He mentioned the space wolves and how they'd been impressed. Gav remembered how they'd told him he did right by Bob, and how he'd been avenged. Gav had felt a little better after that, even if he'd rather have had his friend back. Gav had to stop to wipe his eyes and blow his nose then.
Aww.
But when he got himself back under control, he told Triana about Tala. Gav knew she'd told him what kind of battle sister she was, but those weren't the things that stayed with him. He remembered her smile, the way her hair was never quite even, and how she never seemed to lose her patience with him, even when he messed something up.
Oh.
He talked about the big demon they'd fought together, and how Gav thought it had killed her, how he'd lost his arm and almost his life, finishing that thing off. He didn't talk about what had happened to Tala after that.
Oh, man.
Gav couldn't think about it, without his blood still getting up.
And then you met Traela.
Triana said.
Yes, ma'am.
Gav said, nodding, pleased for the change of subject.
She came and told me that I'd done such a good job that I was getting a kind of promotion of sorts. Except instead of being in the guard, I'd work for her.
Triana nodded. She hadn't said much while Gav had told his story, but she'd been watching him carefully. She poured water from a pitcher for herself, and then offered the rest of the pitcher to Gav. He took it and drank thirstily. For a moment he was certain he was going to belch, but he managed to cover it with his hand at the
That's how I feel about Mountain Dew sometimes. It's not just, oh, I'll have a little cup. Like, no, I'm just gonna chug it.
last moment.
And then something happened on Varen 7?
Triana prompted. Gav nodded, holding the empty pitcher in his lap for a moment, before he carefully put it back on the table.
Traela went to talk with the Templars, and she had to leave me, Grint and Trob behind. She took Sheiksa with her, but said the Templars might not like it if the three of us showed up too. We were all waiting at the ship when we heard something off in the woods. It was one of the Space Marines in black armor. Somebody threw him off a cliff, and it hit so hard it broke the chain holding his sword in place.
And the sword, was it special?
Gav nodded again.
When I picked it up, I got this funny feeling. It made my hair stand up all over. And that was when I saw him.
Who did you see, Gav?
Auri.
Gav said.
I know he was dead though, because he didn't have a shadow. It was like there was light inside.
Oh wow, that was smart. That was smart. He knew it wasn't him because he didn't project a shadow. That's really clever if you think about it. Okay.
When I asked him how he was back, he told me that the Emperor had sent him. That he needed me to do something really important.
And did you?
Triana asked. Gav nodded. The white-haired woman rested her chin on her hands.
Tell me about it.
Gav looked at Traela, and when she nodded, he took a deep breath and told the story one more time. He talked about the traitor Space Marines he'd killed with Trob's help, and about all the soldiers they'd fought. He told her how Auri had guided him through, even though no one else could see him. He told her how the sword had felt almost alive in Gav's hand, like it knew where he was supposed to go. He talked about his fight with the big word-bearer, and how the traitor had wanted to take the sword and break it. Gav talked about the voices he'd heard, especially the big one. It hadn't spoken in words like the others had, and when he'd heard it, Gav knew he had to keep fighting. Then Grint had come, and Gav had been able to kill the traitor and stop them trying to summon another of the really big demons.
That voice, Gav.
Triana said.
Do you know what it was?
The Emperor.
Gav swallowed hard. Traela and Triana were both looking at him. So was
The sisters would be losing their minds if they'd known the Emperor decided to speak to an ogre, and they'd be like, "Oh, you heard what?"
Triana's bodyguard. Gav's throat was trying to close to stop him from speaking, but he looked down at the ground beneath his feet and made his mouth open.
I think it was the Emperor,
Gav said. He was speaking softly, but the room was so quiet that his voice sounded like a cannon in his own ears.
I never heard him before, but Grint has, and he said that was the same feeling he got when he gave up his eyes. And when the big marine with the skull on his face came out and said that only the Emperor's champion could touch that sword, I reckon that was really him, or I wouldn't have been able to pick it up.
Triana glanced at Traela,
Oh, wow.
a question on her face.
Okay, he's really
Traela
thought about
nodded.
this.
The Canoness commander blinked and leaned back in her chair. No one said anything for what felt like a long time. Then Triana stood and gave Gav another smile.
Thank you for sharing your story with me, Gav. Traela and I have some things to discuss. Faith, would you take Gav to the kitchens? They should be starting dinner preparations soon, and I'm sure they could use another set of hands, or two.
Yes, ma'am.
The Ogrin said. Her
Peeling potatoes.
voice was surprisingly soft, and Gav felt his ears burning a bit when he heard her. Faith looked at Gav for a long moment, then nodded her head towards the doors.
Come on.
Gav followed Faith out the door, carefully staying a step or two behind her. She led him back out into the main hall of the church, and then through a big room where long tables were being set up by several of the sisters. A few of them turned to look at Faith and Gav, but no one said anything as they passed on through. The kitchens were near the rear of the
Everyone
building.
is thinking the
Through
same
an archway, both Gav and Faith had to duck down to get through. It was a long room, full of smoke and steam, with brick ovens all along one wall, and several big pots hanging from metal chains. There were maybe a dozen sisters dressed like Rana had been, and one older sister who was ordering them all about. When the one in charge saw two ogrins in her kitchen, she turned and fixed them with a look.
What are you two doing here?
She asked with a raised eyebrow.
Triana said to come help.
Faith replied, shrugging one of her big shoulders.
Did she now?
The older sister said.
Faith, you're on the stir. Do you know how to peel veggies?
Gav perked up at the question.
Peel and slice, miss.
The older sister laughed at that.
Miss, is it? Go on then. Supper is always closer than we think.
Like I said in a previous stream, if you call any lady a miss, I think people from like a 15 to like 25 or even 30, that's like kind of normal for them to hear. But if you say, instead of saying ma'am, saying miss to someone who's like in their 50s or their 60s, like anything above 30s, if you call them miss, they're usually like, oh yeah, kind Riz, like you're just being nice, like it's extra nice. So highly recommended if you do that. It goes over well.
Faith led the way to the rear of the kitchen, where there was a huge pot of bubbling stew being watched over by a few of the smaller sisters. Faith took the big stirring stick from one of them, moving it in slow circles without breaking the pace. The others scuttled back out of the way, drying their hands on their aprons, moving off to other stations. Gav stepped up to the pot, looking over at the bins of vegetables all around.
Which ones do we put in?
Carrot, onion, then potato.
Faith said, resting one hand on her hip.
All right then,
Gav said, taking his knife off of his belt. He held the knife in his metal hand, arranging his grip just so before dragging the long orange root along the blade. A small rain of neat slices fell in, each plopping into the thick stew. He did the same with an onion, sniffing slightly as he cut it. He paused when he picked up the potato.
Do you like the skin on or off?
Skin comes off before you slice, but as long as no one's looking, we can eat them.
Yeah, that's so freaking cute! Oh my gosh! That is so cute! Oh my goodness! Oh, POV, Ogren has a more interesting love life than you. Oh, that was too cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, oh couldn't be me. Oh, that was too cute. Okay. I don't know if he mentioned that in his story, so it's even better. Ogren, Canon, they like the potato skin. Oh my gosh, even a refined Ogren who's like a sister is like, he's like, yeah, I like to eat the potato skins too. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. So cute. See, I also threw the shade on myself, so, you know, trust me, the irony is not lost on me when I say that. I am also talking to myself. I love it. Someone became a follower right after I said that. No, it's so cute. No. See, I'm also saying it about myself, so don't worry. You are in great company here.
She glanced over, seeing the older sister wasn't paying them any mind, then lowered her voice.
They're even better if you dip them in the soup first.
Oh.
Gav grinned, shifting his grip on his knife. He peeled the skin off in a single ribbon. When he was done, he dipped it carefully before tossing it into his mouth. Faith was right. It was delicious.
Oh my gosh.
Gav chewed, enjoying the treat as he sliced the potato and started in on the next carrot.
I'm sorry,
Faith said, just as Gav was starting to cut. He was so surprised that he almost dropped the whole root into the pot.
What for?
Gav asked.
For Bob and Auri and Tala. It's hard to lose people like that.
Wow.
Oh. Thank you.
Wow.
Gav said, swallowing
so
hard.
Kind.
His mouth had gone dry and the one real hand he had left was a little damp. He got his grip back on the carrot and kept slicing. He kept sneaking glances at Faith from the corner of his eye, though.
Oh.
Who did you lose?
Everybody,
Faith said, giving the pot another stir. Gav frowned, glanced around the room and looked back at her. There were a lot of sisters here, but he was smart enough to know that's not what she meant. Then went back in on another potato. He dipped the skin as carefully as he could and held it out to her.
Do you want to talk about it?
Faith looked at Gav, and he couldn't tell what she was thinking. She touched her tongue to her bottom lip. Then she took the skin from Gav's hand and popped it into her mouth. Gav swallowed. His hand burned a little where her fingertips had touched him, but in a good way.
Oh.
He felt his face getting hot, and he tried to focus on cutting up the spud as Faith chewed. He didn't think she was going to say anything, but when he reached for another onion, she started talking.
It was a long time ago. I don't remember most of it, but I was in the guard and it was my first battle. We were all in front, shields up, keeping everyone else safe just like we were supposed to. It was like a dance. 3 steps forward, stop, wait for the others to catch up. 3 steps forward. If something tried to stop us, we hit it. Some things tried, but we didn't stop.
Faith's eyes lit up as she remembered that day, and when she smiled, Gav thought she looked very pretty. As Gav watched, though, the light in her eyes dimmed, and she frowned. She gave the pot another stir, harder than she needed to, leaving a wake behind the stick.
The demons came because of all the blood.
Oh, no.
They were big and red. Our shields didn't stop them. We tried to grab them and bash them down, but there were too many. They ran past us and we forgot what we were supposed to be doing. Everywhere you looked, there was more of them with claws and teeth that burned when they went in.
Faith was looking down into the soup like there was something to see in there. Her knuckles were white on the stick. Her face was going pale, and she was clenching her teeth. Gav reached out slowly and touched her arm just below the elbow. Faith tensed up and there was a loud crack as the stick splintered in her hand. The pulse in the side of her neck sped up, and her eyes went wide as she sucked in a hard breath. For a second, Gav was sure she was going to hit him. Then she blew out the breath she'd sucked in and looked at the stick she'd broken. She carefully took it out of the soup, wiped it off, and laid it in the fire before she grabbed another and got back to stirring.
A common occurrence, I guess.
This time her face was red, but Gav couldn't tell if she was embarrassed or if it was something else.
It looks like you got all of them,
Gav said, trying on a smile he didn't quite feel as he started slicing the next vegetable.
I got some, but not enough. They had me surrounded when the sisters came. Their bolters didn't miss, and pretty soon all the demons were dead and gone. When I looked,
Honey.
I saw it was the last one left.
I'm sorry,
Gav said, taking the kind words she'd offered him and trying to hand them right back. Faith gave the soup another stir and sniffed.
I was too tired and too hurt to be mad. But I got down on one knee then and there, and I thanked the Emperor.
Sisters
When Triana came up to me, I was still praying.
They love that.
She asked me if I could still fight, and I told her I could. Then, when it was all over, she asked me if I wanted to keep fighting for the Emperor. I told her I did.
Oh.
And she said that from then on, I was going to fight with her and the other sisters. Wherever the Emperor needed us.
Oh my god.
That was where we'd go. All I had to do now was make a promise and take a new name.
Gav nodded. Faith nodded. As the soup started to bubble and Gav finished doing his part, the older sister shouted for Faith to bring out the cauldron out for servings. She wrapped thick pads around one ring, but before she could prepare the other, Gav wrapped his metal hand around it. Faith looked at him for a long moment, and then the two of them lifted the cauldron. Carefully matching their steps and trying not to bump into anything, they managed to get the soup out to the short, stone pillar without spilling any of it.
Oh.
Dinner with the sisters was an organized affair, and Gav didn't know what to do with himself. So he stood near the wall, sticking close to Faith, and waiting as the other sisters gathered in the hall and took their positions. None of them were wearing their armor now, and most of them looked like they'd bathed and changed into their uniforms before coming. Triana arrived last, with Traela at her side.
Oh.
The Inquisitor caught Gav's eye and gave him the sign that it was still time.
Wink? Well, I can't, can I? No, it catches my other eye. Hey, how'd it go, buddy? Hey. Did it go well? Yeah, I got you, bro, I got you.
Time to be serious. He nodded.
Dang it.
Set his feet, and did his best to look like he meant business. Triana stood at the front of the hall and raised her voice in prayer. It wasn't one that Gav knew, but he lowered his head, looked at the floor, and let the words wash over him. When the prayer was over, Triana clapped her hands and everyone moved to get their serving.
What do we do?
Gav asked Faith, trying to keep his voice as low as he could.
We wait till everyone's done.
Faith said, dropping Gav a wink.
And then we take what's left back into the kitchen.
Gav frowned as he watched the line of sisters each take a small loaf of bread and a bowl of soup, and he wondered if there would be much left. When everyone had gotten their share, though, he walked over with Faith. She folded up the cloth over a dozen or so small loaves that were left and nodded at the cauldron. Gav peered in and saw there was more left than he'd thought.
Nice.
And when he gave it a slosh, he could tell a lot of the chunky pieces had settled to the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's what...
Gav hefted the
Yes.
cauldron,
Robot
the muscles in his shoulders tight with the weight,
all the
and he
chunky
followed
pieces
Faith
in
as she
soup are
left the
best
dining
part.
hall. Gav set the cauldron right back where it had been and watched as Faith picked up a pair of bowls that was sized for an ogrin. There was only one spoon, but she had a ladle in the other hand, and that would do well enough. Gav held the cauldron as Faith ladled out their portions, setting the two bowls aside and divvying up the bread. Once they each had a portion, she sat down on the wide stone lip of the banked fireplace, and Gav joined her. It was big, but there wasn't that much space for two ogrins. Faith's hip pressed against his. Gav felt heat creep up his neck again.
The accidental touching, where you like grab for something and your hands touch and you're like, there's 13 minutes. Maybe we have a happy ending here. Maybe.
And told himself it was just the low fire at his back. The two of them ate, just enjoying the quiet.
How long are you going to be on world?
Faith asked as she tore open one of the small loaves and dipped it in her bowl.
I don't know,
Gav said. He chewed a particularly big carrot and swallowed.
Traela just told me we were coming to talk to Triana. Now that we did that, I'm just waiting to hear what's what.
Faith nodded at that, swallowing. She was quiet for a long moment before she turned to look at him.
They taught her.
Gav, do you think that...
The sound of footsteps pulled Faith's attention and she stopped talking.
Could you stay?
Traela was crossing the kitchen toward them. She didn't seem mad like she had earlier, and she didn't have her serious face on. Gav made to stand up, but Traela waved him back down into his seat. Faith set her mostly empty bowl on the floor and laid her hands in her lap.
Faith, Triana wants to speak with you,
Traela said.
Oh no,
she asked me to come fetch you.
Oh no.
Faith stood without saying a word and strode to the door to the main room. Gav watched her go, not tearing his eyes away from her until she was out of sight.
No, she doesn't want him to
when
go.
When he looked back at Traela.
But, oh no, this is not good.
She had her head tilted to the side a little. Gav knew when she did that it meant she was thinking hard about something.
Is everything all right?
Gav asked.
Everything is fine, Gav. I have been speaking with Triana most of the evening. She is impressed that you managed to stand against demons the way you did and survive. More importantly, she agrees that what you felt was, ever so briefly, a touch of the God Emperor's mind upon you.
He really was watching,
Gav said, more to himself than to Traela. Then he shook himself and swallowed.
How does she know what that's like?
She's had her own experiences, Gav, Traela said.
Have you finished eating?
Just about, I think,
Gav said.
Come then,
Traela said.
Back to the ship.
Do we have to?
Oh,
Gav asked.
Let him stay.
It's just that it's dark out and it's late and...
Gav tried to think of something else he could say, but he withered under the force of Traela's look. He swallowed hard, let out a breath and put his hands on his knees to push himself up to his feet. Then Traela put her hand on Gav's shoulder.
Now that you mention it, Gav, it would be nice to sleep in normal gravity for a night or so. And I am feeling tired.
Traela gave him a smile.
What a hobie.
And Gav tried to smile back.
Wingman.
Let me go speak to the Canoness commander and see if they can accommodate us for the night.
Yes.
Gav watched Traela go back out through the kitchen arch.
Yes, what a good wingman.
And he frowned to himself. He felt stupid and embarrassed, but mostly that warm feeling was pooling in his stomach again. He ate the rest of his soup slowly, savouring it as best he could while waiting for Faith to come back. He was eyeing the last small loaf and wondering whether he should eat it or not, when one of the younger sisters entered the kitchen.
Gav Smith,
she asked. Gav frowned, wondering if there was another ogre named Gav Smith here that he hadn't met, before deciding that she was just being polite. He nodded.
Sister Faith asks that you meet her out in the training yard.
Thank you,
Gav said, pushing himself to his feet. He stepped carefully around the stands and shelves, making his way out the near door and into the night beyond. It was dark outside, but red footlights ran along the paths, making out where it was safe to walk. The stars were bright overhead, looking down at Gav in patterns he'd never seen before. 2 moons hung in the sky as well. They were full and fat, lighting up the lawns and fields, but...
Hang on.
Looking down at Gav in patterns he'd never seen before. 2 moons hung in the sky as well. They were full and fat.
Sounds like symbolism right there, but that could just be me.
Lighting up the lawns and fields, but sucking all of the colour out of everything. Gav looked around, and he saw Faith standing in the middle of one of the fields, her arms folded as she waited. Gav took a deep breath, steadied himself, and walked toward her.
Did you really do all those things you said you did?
Faith asked as soon as Gav had stepped onto the bare patch of dirt. Gav nodded. Faith licked her lips and blew out a hard breath,
before she said,
Show me.
Before Gav could ask what she meant, Faith had her sword in her hand, and she came for him swinging. Gav jumped back, managing to dodge the first swing, but Faith twisted her shoulders and brought the blade back around.
Experience.
Gav lashed out with his metal arm, striking sparks from his forearm as he tried to hammer the weapon away. Faith's grip was strong, though, and she didn't let up on the attack. Gav never even had time to draw the combat knife at his belt, for all the good it would have done him. Faith's blade dug a furrow across his shoulder, and that was when he lunged forward.
Get her.
She brought up her other arm, driving it forward, but she was off balance, and she couldn't move in two directions at once. Faith was fast, and her sword was sharp, but once Gav was inside her guard, it didn't do her any good. She kicked at him and drove her fist into the meat of his shoulder where she cut him. But all the pain did was drive Gav harder. Faith tried to headbutt him, but Gav tucked his chin, feeling her teeth connect with the top of his head. That was when he
was biting him. She's biting him. I'm sorry. That's funny. That's so funny. Man, imagine witnessing that fight, though. That would be terrifying. That'd be terrifying to, like, witness, like, two very powerful and, like, large people fighting like that. Whew. Yo, welcome to the stream. We're watching some Gav Bob. It's very, very good.
wrapped one of his arms around hers.
Yeah, Gav Bob, it's Vox in the Void has short stories that they narrate, and I think they write some of them, or most of them. So this is the end of the series. This is cool. This is cool.
Grabbed her sword belt with his metal hand and twisted it with all his strength. Faith's boots came off the ground as Gav hauled her into the air and turned his body with hers. She went over his hip, but he followed her to the ground, driving his weight into her as they struck the dirt hard enough to make pebbles jump into the air. The wind went out of Faith, but she still tried to keep fighting. Gav snatched her sword arm with his metal hand and forced it down to the dirt above her head. She got him one more good punch, her knuckles smashing into the side of his head. It rang Gav's bell, no doubt, but he wrapped his arm around hers, flexing his forearm and bicep, and squeezing hard enough that it choked off the flow of blood into her hand. She tried to kick him, but Gav shifted his hips, and Faith's knee hit the meat of his thigh rather than where she'd been aiming it. He bore down on her, grunting, every sinew bulging.
What's that all about then?
Gav demanded, pushing his face into Faith's. By the moonlight, Gav could see Faith was smiling through her split lip. The moon danced in her eyes, and she slowly let go of the hilt of her sword, letting it fall from her hand. Gav frowned, expecting a trick, but he slowly let go of Faith's sword hand. She made no move to pick up her weapon. Instead, she grabbed the back of Gav's neck and pulled him down to her. Instead of trying to bite him, though, she kissed him hard enough to send a shudder through him.
I'm sorry, he doesn't...
Gav's pulse, which had been calming for the fight, spiked again. Faith pushed herself up against him, and a very different sort of growl reverberated in Gav's chest.
Wait, okay, I'm sure they know what they're doing. Okay, woohoo. Okay, calm down, guys. I was gonna say, don't lie when you're on a first date, because you might get tested. She might decide she wants to fight you to see if you're No, I know, he knows, but like, okay, I'm unpausing, I'm sorry.
The kiss ended, both of them were breathing hard for different reasons than they had been a few seconds ago.
Oh,
Gav said, after a long, quiet moment. His smile turned to a frown as a thought tried to tug on his shoulder.
But what about your promise?
Oh my...
I promised.
What a wholesome dude. What a wholesome guy. Yes.
To do a lot of things when I took my new name. But I didn't promise not to do this.
Oh.
Gav said again. His heart was thudding in his chest, and his blood was loud in his ears. He licked his lips. He could still taste faith on them.
Oh, God.
I didn't know that.
Gav woke to the sound of a fist hammering on a door.
Hey, I don't think it's gonna end badly.
He was confused and disorientated, not sure how he got where he was or what was happening. He was in a big stone room whose only piece of furniture was a scuffed and battered supply crate with the Imperial Eagle on it. He was lying on a thick floor mat, the pile of his clothes pillowed under his head. Then he turned and saw Faith, and it all came back to him.
Oh my gosh, my brain! I didn't want it. I'm a mature adult. I can handle this.
She was already on her feet, her sword in her hand, blinking sleep from her eyes.
Faith, get up!
Triana yelled through the door.
You missed morning prayers and breakfast. Your duties resume now.
Faith looked from the door to Gav and back to the door.
Now?
I expect you in my chambers in half an hour.
Half an hour.
Faith repeated, looking down at Gav. She had that mischievous smile on her face
Oh
again.
no! No! She's like, oh, we got time. Oh no! Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
45 minutes later, Gav was walking out the double doors of the side entrance he'd come in the previous day. Traela was sitting on a bench, eating an apple and flicking her fingertip over a data slate. As Gav approached, she slid the slate into the pocket of her coat and stood.
Have you said your goodbyes?
Traela asked.
Yes, they have.
Yes, Mom.
Gav said. He tried to keep the grin off his face, but he could feel the corners of his mouth trying to curve up.
Good,
Traela said, walking toward where the gun cutter was beginning to warm up its engines.
Because half a dozen of the sisters were tasked with rousting the two of you, and every one of them conveniently passed the duty on until Triana lost patience.
Gav didn't.
Oh my gosh! I would not be interested in that either, because there's no way you're getting me to open that door. There is no actual way. Holy.
Didn't know what to say to that, so he didn't say anything. He'd rarely regretted not saying anything, and he reminded himself to do it more often. Gav ducked his head and worked his way into his usual seat, pulling his harness down so he could get ready for takeoff. Shiksa was going through the final checklist before takeoff, but she took a moment to throw Gav a grin over her shoulder.
Was wondering if you were going to be able to walk out of there,
she said.
I can walk just fine.
This got me so off guard with the actual leg.
Gav said.
But can she?
Trob asked, giving Gav an exaggerated wink.
She seemed to,
Gav said. Trob sighed the way he usually did when he thought he was being clever, but Gav wasn't appreciating it. The rear hatch closed and sealed itself with a heavy thump. Gav turned to Grint, his forehead furrowed in thought.
Grint, would you help me write a letter?
Of course, Gav,
the psyker said, patting him on the arm.
Oh, that reminds me.
Trob said, digging into one of his larger pockets before he took out a creased, bent, cornered envelope. It was bigger than most envelopes Gav had seen, and the letters on it were chunky and blocky.
Oh my god.
Ooh, meant to give this to you, Gav. It looks like it's been chasing you for a while.
Gav took the envelope, frowning at it. He didn't know all the words on the front, but he recognized his name, as well as Bob's. He barely even noticed when the engines whined and the gun cutter rose up into the air. Instead, he tore open the edge and took out the letter inside. He frowned at it, puzzling over what words he recognized. When he saw the name at the end, Gav's whole face lit up.
What is it, Gav?
Trob asked.
It's a Sanguinala letter from an old friend of mine,
Gav said, raising his voice to be heard over the turbulence outside. His smile dimmed a bit, but didn't fade.
I should write him back. Let him know I got it. I'll have to tell him about Bob, though. And about Faith, too. I hope it gets to him quick like. Don't want him thinking I forgot about him.
You serve the Inquisition now, Gav, Grint said, nodding. I'm sure your letter will reach him. And far faster than his reached you.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting that ending. I'm thinking the letter is from his old commissar, the really nice one. No, I to be honest, I was not expecting that kind of ending. If we're being perfectly frank, no. Oh my gosh, this is oh no, that's not what I wanted. That is not what I expected at all. Am I in the right universe? That is a great question. That was a lovely series. I cried for the first 2 videos, and then every other one, I was perfectly fine. What have I did not expect this. 40k fanfics are just something else. Things official Black Library I'll never touch. I liked it. I liked it. It was a nice little change of pace. Like I don't want romance all the time in Warhammer. I don't think it fits. But like I like the implied bits with Caiaphas Cain and Amberly. I liked this. This was cute. Very cute. But like I think regular, like just people just be oh my gosh. Yeah, so yeah, no, you want to know why I freaked out about it? Because this is like that's the closest we've ever gotten to that sort of content on this channel. My reactions were pure and real and very raw. I'm sorry if I hurt your ears with my mic. Oh, I'm very happy for him. I'm glad that he's I'm glad that he is happy and he has a lady friend now. Yeah, Gav deserves everything. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting this. Oh my goodness. But it was fun. This was a really good movie night. I mean, it was a very long movie, 4 hours long. But I had so much fun. Thank you for all of you who recommended that thank you for recommending this, because this was so good, and I'd always intended to watch these, but I didn't know when, so appreciate it. Thank you for making my night the most splendid of the year. What? No, there's plenty of other nights. There's plenty of other nights that you can make better. You don't need me to make your night good. You can go out and you can make it great. You don't have to have me around for it. Promise. I promise. I'm fun. Are we watching anything else? Probably not. Because I need to eat dinner. And let me tell you, the soup they were making sounded really good. It sounded so yummy. I was like, oh, that sounds absolutely delicious. It sounds so good. But don't worry, everyone. Tomorrow, I am painting. We're gonna do a long stream. I don't know how long, but it'll be long. I'm painting my Baneblade tomorrow.
When are we gonna have a Ogren text-to-speech redeem? Would love to have a big fella drop by and say hi.
Well, Steve, that's a great question. I would have to find an Ogren text-to-speech to do that, because that would be cool. But I would need to find Ogren text-to-speech before I did that. Dinner, it's 6 a.m. Time zones, my guy. But tomorrow I'm painting the Baneblade, and I think I have come up... Let's just say it's not your standard Baneblade, and that's all I'm gonna say. Because, yeah, I'm very excited to show it off to you guys tomorrow. So, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So, join me there. It'll be great. Did I find that missing piece? Yes, I did. I was taking the parts off the sprue, and one launched across the room. I found it, though, so it's okay. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Baneblade, come join us for the Baneblade. I gotta eat dinner, and then I gotta set up for stream tomorrow. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for introducing me to Gav Bob. We laughed, we cried, and I screamed. I screamed. In any case, I am grateful for all of you being here, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We're gonna have so much fun. So I will see you, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Catch you, everyone.